If you've ever wondered what it's like to spend nights completely alone, surrounded by miles of dark forest, this story might change the way you see silence. Fire lookouts are trained to watch for smoke, storms, and lightning strikes. We're taught how to read the wind, how to spot a fire before it spreads, and how to stay calm when help is hours away. What we're not trained for is realizing something is watching us back. This happened while I was stationed alone in a remote fire lookout tower high above the tree line. No roads, no neighbors, no one scheduled to visit for days. From the tower, I could see everything. Or at least, I thought I could. This is a true scary story about the night I had my scariest encounter from the tower, and the moment I realized the forest doesn't always stay where it's supposed to. Listen carefully. My name is Julian Moore, and I work alone in a fire lookout tower that most people have forgotten exists. The tower sits on a granite spine of land, where 3 ridges fold into each other like knuckles, deep inside a protected forest that hasn't reported a wildfire in decades. That fact is always the first thing they tell you during orientation, usually with a half smile, as if it's a joke. A relic post. A quiet assignment. Easy money for someone who doesn't mind isolation. I took the job because I needed the silence. After 8 years in wildfire response, I was burned out in ways that had nothing to do with heat. I wanted distance. I wanted routine. I wanted a place where nothing happened. This tower was supposed to be that place. The structure itself is older than most of the equipment inside it. Weathered wood, steel bolts pitted with rust. Windows wrapped around all 4 sides like a fishbowl. From up there, the forest looks endless. A dark ocean of pine and fir stretching out in every direction. During the day, it's almost beautiful. At night, it feels like you're suspended above something that's holding its breath. My shift started at 6 in the morning and technically ended at sunrise the next day. 1 full rotation, 1 man, 1 tower. I logged weather patterns, scanned for smoke, checked the radio every hour. I followed the handbook like scripture, mostly because there was nothing else to do. No visitors, no hikers, no aircraft. The access trail had been closed for years due to erosion, which meant supplies came in once a month by helicopter. Between those drops, I was completely alone. That night started like any other. Clear skies, low wind, a cold that settled into the bones once the sun dipped behind the ridgeline. I made instant coffee, wrote my initial log entries, and stood at the western window watching shadows crawl up the trees as daylight drained out of them. By 10 p.m., the forest below was nothing but a black mass. No moon, no stars. Just darkness so complete it felt solid. I'd seen that kind of night before, and normally it didn't bother me. Forests are supposed to be dark at night. That's how you know nothing's wrong. At 11:43, I noticed the first glow. It wasn't bright. At first, I thought it was my eyes adjusting, or maybe a reflection from inside the tower. I turned off my lantern and pressed my face to the glass. Down in the eastern valley, scattered between the trees, were faint orange points of light. Not flickering. Not moving, just there, like embers buried under ash. My training kicked in automatically. I grabbed the binoculars and swept the area. No smoke, no flame behavior, no heat shimmer. The glow didn't behave like fire at all. It was too even, too calm, and spread out in a pattern that made no sense. Fires don't start in dozens of places at once, not without help. I checked the thermal scanner. Nothing. Cold readings across the board. That's when the unease crept in, slow and deliberate. The glow was visible to the naked eye, but the instruments didn't register it. It was like the forest was pretending. I logged it anyway, noting unidentified light sources, and flagged it for follow-up. The radio crackled when I tried to report in, but no one answered. That wasn't unusual. Reception was spotty at night, especially with atmospheric pressure shifts. At midnight, the glow intensified. The embers spread, threading between the trees, outlining roots and fallen logs, illuminating the forest floor without casting shadows. It was beautiful in a wrong way, like watching something intimate that you weren't meant to see. The light had depth now, a soft pulse to it, rising and falling as if the ground itself was breathing. Still no heat. Still no smoke. I leaned back from the window, suddenly aware of how high up I was, how thin the walls felt. The tower creaked as a gust of wind passed through, and for the first time since I'd arrived weeks earlier, the sound didn't feel familiar. It felt like a warning. At 12:15, I noticed movement. Not animals. I know what deer look like. Elk. Bears. This wasn't that. The light shifted as something passed through it. Tall and narrow, bending the glow around its shape. There was no reflection, no clear outline, just an absence where the light should have been. I told myself it was fog. Ground-level mist can do strange things with light, especially in valleys. I repeated that explanation out loud, just to hear a human voice. Then the radio turned on by itself. Static hissed through the speaker, low and steady. I hadn't touched it. The channel selector didn't move. A moment later, a voice bled through the noise, faint but clear enough to understand. Tower 9, it said. No call sign. No authentication code. My throat went dry. I picked up the mic and responded, trying to keep my voice level. This is Tower 9. Identify yourself. There was a pause, just long enough for hope to flare that it had been interference after all. Then the voice came back. We see the fire now. I looked back out at the forest. The glow had reached the base of the tower's ridge, climbing the slope in slow, deliberate lines like veins lighting up beneath skin. Whatever it was coming closer. And it still wasn't hot. I didn't answer the radio right away. I just stood there with the mic in my hand, staring at the forest as the glow continued its slow climb uphill. From this angle, I could see how deliberate it was. It wasn't spreading randomly. It followed contours, wrapped around boulders, flowed along animal trails and dry creek. Benslet already knew where everything was. The handbook says to report fires immediately. But it also says to trust your instruments. My instruments were telling me nothing was burning. No heat signatures. No smoke column. No smell of combustion. Just light. I keyed the mic anyway. Confirm your location, I said. My voice sounded smaller than I expected, swallowed by the tower's hollow interior. The radio crackled. Static thickened, then thinned again. Below you, the voice replied. Same tone. Flat. Calm. Like someone reading off a checklist. I checked the logbook. No other crews were assigned within 50 miles. No night patrols. No research teams. Definitely no one camped directly beneath my tower. The slope was steep, rocky, and officially off limits. State your unit, I said. You're on a restricted frequency. Silence. The glow reached the tree line just below the tower's base. It illuminated the trunks from the ground up, outlining bark patterns I'd never noticed before. The light didn't behave like firelight. It didn't flicker. It didn't dance. It just revealed. That's when I saw the footprints. They appeared where the glow was strongest, impressions forming in the soil as if something heavy was stepping forward. One after another. Too long. Too narrow. They pointed uphill, straight toward the tower stairs. I backed away from the windows, suddenly aware of how exposed the structure was. A wooden box on stilts. No locks worth mentioning. No reinforced door. Just height and hope. The radio clicked again. "Do you smell it?" the voice asked. I didn't answer, because that was the moment the smell reached me. It wasn't smoke. It was old ash. Cold ash. The kind you find days after a fire's been put out, when everything that could burn already has. A dry, mineral scent that coats the back of your throat. It seeped into the tower like it had been waiting for an invitation. I checked the door. Still closed. Still latched. No sign of forced entry. The stairs outside were quiet, but the tower began to vibrate faintly. A low tremor that traveled up the supports and into the floorboards under my boots. Something was moving below me. I forced myself to go through procedure. I logged the anomaly. I marked the time. I tried the emergency channel. Nothing but static. The radio's signal strength indicator flickered wildly, as if it couldn't decide whether it was connected or not. Outside, the glow shifted again. It pooled at the base of the stairs, gathering there, brighter than before. The footprints stopped just short of the first step. Then the light climbed. It didn't touch the stairs directly. Instead, it traced the metal supports beneath them, outlining bolts and brackets, revealing every imperfection, every stress fracture. The tower groaned softly, reacting to something it had never been designed to hold. I heard a sound then. Not footsteps. Not breathing. A scraping. Slow. Rhythmic. Like something dragging itself against the earth, testing weight, testing resistance. The radio came alive again without warning. "You're not reporting it," the voice said. It wasn't accusatory. It sounded almost curious. "I am," I replied before I could stop myself. "I've logged everything." Another pause. Longer this time. Long enough for the scraping sound to stop. "Logs don't keep you safe," the voice said. "Height doesn't either." The glow surged, briefly bright enough that the forest below, like it was caught in perpetual dusk. In that light, I saw more shapes moving between the trees. Dozens of them. Tall, thin absences where the glow bent and distorted, all facing the tower. None of them crossed into the light fully. They stayed at the edges, half seen, like silhouettes burned into my vision. I realized then that the forest wasn't glowing randomly. It was outlining everything except them. I shut off the radio, pulled the power cable from the wall. The static cut out, plunging the tower into an unnatural quiet. No wind, no insects. Even the distant night birds had gone silent. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then something knocked on the stairs. Not a heavy impact, just a single deliberate tap, metal on metal, directly beneath the trapdoor that led into the tower. I stepped back, heart hammering, eyes locked on the hatch. Another tap followed, slightly higher this time, as if whatever it was had climbed one step. I told myself it couldn't climb. The steps were narrow, exposed. Anyone coming up would be visible from the windows. I forced myself to look. The stairs were empty, but the glow clung to them now, wrapping each step in that ember, like light, revealing pressure where there shouldn't have been any, indentations forming without a body to make them. Tap. Another step. The tower swayed gently, responding to weight it couldn't see. I grabbed the emergency flare from its case. My hands shook as I twisted the cap free. The flare ignited with a harsh red blaze, filling the tower with real heat, real smoke, real light. For the first time that night, the glow below faltered. The ember light dimmed, recoiling slightly, as if offended. The shibs at the tree line shifted, retreating a step back into darkness. The scraping sound returned, louder now, frustrated. The radio, unplugged and dead, crackled anyway. "You shouldn't introduce fire," the voice said. "It reminds us." The stairs shook violently, as if something heavy had just let go. I rushed to the window and looked down. The glow was receding, flowing back into the forest, sinking into the ground like embers being buried. The shapes dissolved with it, fading into nothing as the darkness reclaimed the valley. Within seconds, the forest was black again. Silent. Cold. I stood there for a long time, flare burning down to nothing in my hand, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. At dawn, when the sun finally rose, the forest looked normal. No scorch marks, no disturbed soil, no footprints. The instruments read clean. Perfect. Except for one thing. At the base of the tower, directly beneath the stairs, the ground was warm to the touch. And something had written a line through the dirt, deep and straight, pointing up toward me, as if marking where the fire would return. The warmth beneath the tower should have faded with the night. By every rule I knew, by every chart and manual I'd memorized over the years, it should have vanished once the sun rose and the ground equalized. Heat doesn't linger without a source. Not like that. But when I climbed down the stairs just after dawn, the soil still radiated it. Not scorching, not even uncomfortable, just warm enough to notice, like something alive had recently vacated the space and left its body heat behind. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at the line carved into the dirt. It was too precise to be an accident. No drag marks, no scattered debris, just a single, deliberate groove leading from the tree line straight to the tower's base, as if something had traced the shortest possible path and wanted me to understand that it knew where I was. I took photos. I measured the depth. I logged everything. That's what you do when fear starts edging into panic. You reduce it to data. You give it numbers. It didn't help. By 8 a.m., the radio finally responded. Dispatch sounded groggy, annoyed, like I'd woken them up for nothing. I reported the lights. The radio contact, the ground heat. I avoided speculation. I stuck to observable facts. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Papers shuffled. A keyboard clicked. Tower 9, the dispatcher said carefully. There were no other transmissions on that frequency last night. I know, I replied. That's the problem. They chalked it up to atmospheric interference. Electrical inversion. Rare luminescent fungi, maybe. Reflecting moonlight that hadn't even been there. They promised to send a maintenance team in a few days to check the equipment. A few days. I didn't argue. I didn't know how to explain what had happened without sounding unhinged. And part of me didn't want anyone else coming out here yet. I needed to understand it first. I needed to see if it would happen again. The rest of the morning passed uneventfully. Birds returned. Wind moved through the trees. The forest resumed its daytime performance. Innocent and indifferent. By noon, the ground beneath the tower had cooled completely. The line in the dirt looked less stark in the sunlight, easier to dismiss as erosion or animal activity. By mid-afternoon, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the worst of it. That's when the glow returned. Not below the tower this time. Inside it. I was writing my afternoon log when I noticed the shadows behaving strangely. They were too sharp, too defined, cutting across the floorboards in straight lines that didn't match the window frames. I looked up. The wood grain in the walls was glowing faintly. Not bright. Just enough to trace the patterns, like embers hidden beneath varnish. The nails in the beams shone dull orange. The metal railing of the stairs hummed softly, vibrating against my palm when I touched it. The instruments still read normal. I stepped outside onto the catwalk. The forest was unchanged. No glow. No movement. Just trees and distance and daylight. Whatever this was, it wasn't coming from below anymore. It was already here. The radio clicked on. "You brought fire inside," the voice said. I spun toward the speaker. It wasn't plugged in. The cord still lay coiled on the floor where I dropped it the night before. "You don't belong to this post," the voice continued. "But you stand where others stood." My mouth felt dry. "Who are you?" Another pause. I'd come to hate those silences. They felt like listening. "We are what remains," the voice said. After the watching ended, fragments of memory surfaced then, unbidden. Old training lectures. Brief mentions of early lookout programs. Towers built before aerial patrols, before modern suppression techniques. Men stationed for entire seasons with little oversight, lighting signal fires to communicate sightings across ridge lines. Fires to warn about fire. I remembered reading about abandoned towers, about unexplained burns at their bases, about crews refusing reassignment without ever giving clear reasons why. I looked down at the floor. The glow pulsed faintly now, synchronized with the low hum vibrating through the structure. The tower wasn't just illuminated. It was resonating. "What do you want?" I asked. "To be seen," the voice replied. "Once more." The glow intensified, spreading across the walls and ceiling, tracing the outline of the tower like a negative image burned into my vision. Heat followed this time. Real heat. The air thickened, dry and sharp, carrying that same cold, ash smell from the night before. Outside, the forest darkened unnaturally, as if dusk had fallen hours early. Through the windows, I saw the ember, light returning to the valley, blooming in response to what was happening above. I understood then. The tower wasn't just a vantage point. It was a signal. Always had been. I grabbed the emergency flare again, but my hand hesitated. The voice hadn't been threatening. Not exactly, it sounded patient. Expectant. "You don't need to burn," it said. "You only need to mark." My gaze drifted to the signal brazier, mounted near the catwalk, unused for decades. Its metal bowl rusted and filled with rainwater and debris. A relic. A formality. Something no one expected to ever be used again. The glow surged when I looked at it. I don't know why I did it. Fear, maybe. Or exhaustion. Or the simple human need to finish a pattern once it reveals itself. I emptied the brazier. Found the old ignition kit sealed in a weatherproof box. It still worked. When I lit the fire, the tower shuddered. Flames rose, real and hot, and for a moment panic seized me. But the fire stayed contained, controlled, as if guided by something more practiced than me. The ember light in the forest flared in response, brightening, aligning, forming a vast, silent network of glowing paths that stretched beyond what I could see. The radio crackled one last time. "Thank you," the voice said. Then everything stopped. The glow vanished. The heat dissipated. The fire in the brazier died down on its own, leaving nothing but a thin spiral of smoke drifting into a suddenly normal sky. By evening, a helicopter arrived early. Dispatch said my signal fire had triggered an automated alert in the system, flagged as an anomaly worth immediate investigation. They didn't ask why I'd lit it. I didn't offer an explanation. They pulled me off the tower that night. Temporary reassignment, mandatory evaluation, the usual words. As we lifted away, I looked down at the forest one last time. From above, I could see faint lines etched into the canopy, barely visible in the fading light. Paths, old routes, connections that had nothing to do with trails or terrain. The forest wasn't burning. It was remembering. My name is Elliot Barnes. I'm responsible for keeping the tower secure, which is a strange thing to say about a place that sits alone on a granite spine, 40 miles from the nearest paved road, surrounded by trees older than most towns. The tower is my job, my shelter, and for the last 8 months, my entire world. I lock it every night, every single night, and every morning. The trapdoor is unlocked from the inside. I took this assignment because it was supposed to be simple. Maintain the structure, check the locks, log weather, visibility, and radio traffic. Watch for smoke. The tower is a retired fire lookout, repurposed as a relay point for sensors deeper in the forest. No tourists, no campers, no reason for anyone to be anywhere near it. I was told, clearly, that the isolation was a feature, not a flaw. I believed that. The tower has one entrance, a steel ladder bolted to the side, leading up to a square platform, and a single trapdoor in the floor. The ladder can be pulled up at night using a pulley system. Once it's raised, the only way in or out is through that trapdoor. I was trained to treat it like a vault. Ladder up at dusk. Trapdoor locked from the inside. Deadbolt slid. Secondary latch engaged. Check twice, log it. Sleep. The first morning it happened, I assumed I'd made a mistake. I woke up just after dawn, the way I usually do, with the forest below wrapped in fog, and the tower creaking as it warmed. I went to lower the ladder and noticed the trapdoor wasn't resisting when I pulled. The deadbolt was open. The latch wasn't set. The door swung upward easily, like it had never been secured at all. I stood there longer than I should have, staring down into the empty shaft, where the ladder should have been, my stomach doing that slow, sinking thing you get when something doesn't line up with memory. I told myself I'd been tired, that I'd skipped a step, that routines feel solid until they don't. I locked it again, this time out of embarrassment more than concern. I wrote a note in the log. Possible oversight, monitor. The second morning I stopped assuming, same thing. Dawn light, same fog, same unlocked door. This time, I knew exactly how I'd locked it the night before. I remembered the sound of the deadbolt sliding home, the pressure of the latch snapping into place. I remembered testing it, pulling up on the handle, feeling it hold. Nothing else in the tower was disturbed. My food bins were sealed. The radio hadn't been touched. My boots were where I'd left them, toes pointed toward the wall. No leaves. No signs of anyone else having been there. I checked the ladder. It was still fully raised. Rope tied off at the cleat. No slack. No fraying. No indication it had been lowered during the night. There was no way to unlock the trapdoor from below without opening it first, and no way to open it without the ladder. That was when the thought first crossed my mind that I didn't like the door wasn't being unlocked from the outside. I didn't report it. Not yet. The job teaches you to distrust your nerves before you distrust the environment. I tightened my routine. I added a third check at night. I took photos with my phone, time, stamped, showing the deadbolt and latch engaged. I started sleeping lighter. That night, I dreamed of the ladder. In the dream, it was fully extended, resting on the forest floor. I was standing at the top, looking down at it, knowing I shouldn't climb. Knowing that once my boots touched the rungs, something would notice. I woke up with my heart racing, and the taste of metal in my mouth. The trapdoor was unlocked again. By the fourth morning, I was angry. Anger feels better than fear, because it gives you something to push against. I tore through the tower, checking every hinge and screw. I pulled up the maintenance schematics on my laptop. I convinced myself there had to be a mechanical explanation. Thermal expansion. Faulty hardware. Human error layered on top of long hours and poor sleep. But the hardware was fine. The bolts were intact. The wood around the frame wasn't warped. The lock engaged cleanly every time I tested it. That afternoon, I set up my phone to record the trapdoor overnight. It wasn't sophisticated. Just a wide shot propped against a crate, plugged into a battery pack. I didn't expect it to catch anything. I mostly wanted proof for myself, one way or another. As dusk settled, I went through my routine slowly, narrating each step out loud like a checklist. Ladder up, rope secured, deadbolt slid, latch engaged, door tested. Locked. I aimed the camera, checked the red recording light, and went to bed. Sometime after midnight, I woke up to the sound of wood shifting. The tower makes noise all the time. Wind, temperature changes, the subtle flex of a structure that was never meant to be lived in year-round. This was different. This was deliberate, rhythmic, like pressure being applied and released. I lay still, counting breaths, listening. It came again. A soft scrape followed by a pause, then a click. I sat up, every muscle tight, eyes fixed on the dark square of the trapdoor across the room. I didn't move toward it. I didn't call out. I just watched, waiting for something definitive enough to justify the panic building in my chest. Nothing else happened. When morning came, the trapdoor was unlocked. The phone battery was dead. I recharged it and checked the footage with shaking hands. The video was intact until 2:17 a.m., when the image froze for exactly 12 seconds. When it resumed, the trapdoor was already open a fraction of an inch, lightless gap visible along the frame. There was no sound, no shadow, no movement I could point to and say, "That's it, that's the thing." The clip ended at 2:19 a.m. The door was fully closed again, unlocked. I sat there for a long time after that, listening to the forest wake up, realizing something important and deeply unsettling. Whatever was unlocking the trapdoor wasn't breaking in. It already knew how the tower worked. It knew my routine. It knew when I was asleep. And it was careful. I didn't leave the tower after watching the footage. I should have. Protocol says unexplained access breaches get reported immediately, followed by evacuation if the situation can't be explained. I knew that. I'd signed off on it during training. But there's a gap between knowing the rules and believing they apply to you, especially when the alternative is admitting that something impossible is happening in the place where you sleep. So I stayed. I convinced myself there was still a rational explanation I hadn't found yet. Interference. A camera glitch. A mechanical failure that just happened to line up with my fear. I told myself I'd finish the day, gather more data, and report everything in the evening when I had something concrete to say. That lie worked until around noon. That's when I noticed the chair. I keep one folding chair near the eastern windows angled, just right to catch the morning light while I log sensor data. I'm particular about it. Habit builds comfort in places like this. But when I turned from the radio to grab my mug, the chair wasn't where it should have been. It was closer to the trapdoor, rotated slightly, like someone had dragged it across the floor, and stopped halfway through deciding where to put it. I stood there staring at it, heart thudding, replaying the morning in my head. I hadn't moved it. I was sure. I hadn't even gone near that part of the room. I checked the floor. No scrape marks. No dust disturbance. It was as if the chair had always been there and my memory was wrong. That's when the radio crackled. Barnes. The dispatcher said, voice thin with distance. Routine check-in, everything normal up there. I opened my mouth and almost told the truth. Almost. The words jammed somewhere behind my teeth, tangled up with the image of the trapdoor, easing open on its own, with the frozen video frame, with the idea of explaining all of this out loud and hearing how it sounded. Yeah, I said instead. All normal. There was a pause. Long enough that I wondered if the signal had dropped. Copy that. The dispatcher replied. Next check, in at 1900. The radio clicked off, leaving the tower too quiet. I spent the afternoon watching the trapdoor like it might twitch. It didn't. Nothing moved. The forest below was calm. Birds hopping through the undergrowth, wind stirring the canopy in slow waves. From a distance, everything looked exactly as it should. Up close, the tower felt wrong. I found myself noticing details I'd ignored for months. Faint scuff marks along the inside edge of the trapdoor frame. Not fresh, but not ancient either. The kind you'd expect from repeated contact, like boots brushing wood over and over. I knelt and ran my fingers along them, feeling the shallow grooves. I tried to picture someone climbing up through the opening while I slept, easing the door open just enough to get through, careful not to make noise, careful not to leave evidence. The thought made my skin crawl. By late afternoon, I was exhausted. Fear does that. It drains you faster than physical work. I brewed coffee, even though I knew it would make sleeping later harder, and forced myself to eat. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the familiar tension set in. Night routine. The thing I'd done hundreds of times without thinking. Now every step felt like walking onto thin ice. I waited longer than usual before pulling up the ladder, scanning the tree line with binoculars until the light faded to gray. Nothing out of place. No movement that didn't belong to wind or wildlife. I raised the ladder, tied it off, and stood over the trapdoor for a long moment before locking it. My hands shook as I slid the deadbolt. I engaged the latch. I tested it 3 times. Then, on impulse, I added something new. I wedged a metal thermos handle through the latch mechanism, jamming it tight against the frame. It wasn't standard procedure. It was improvisation born of fear. The door couldn't open without bending steel or splintering wood. Either way, it would make noise. Either way, I'd know. I set the phone up again, this time with a fresh battery and a clearer angle. I turned off the lights and lay on my cot, staring at the ceiling, listening to my own breathing. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the tower made me flinch. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps on metal. Time stretched elastic and uncomfortable. Sometime after midnight, the radio turned on by itself. The sudden hiss of static yanked me upright. I scrambled for it, heart pounding, fingers clumsy on the controls. The volume knob was still where I'd left it. The channel hadn't changed. "Hello," I said, hating how small my voice sounded. Only static answered. I was about to shut it off when something cut through the noise. Not a voice at first. Breathing. Slow, steady, close. "This is Elliot Barnes," I said automatically, training kicking in despite everything. "Identify yourself." The breathing stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but the soft crackle of the signal. Then a sound came through that made my stomach drop. It was the trapdoor. The unmistakable scrape of wood against wood, amplified through the radio as if a microphone had been placed right beside it. I turned slowly, eyes locked on the dark square across the room. The thermos handle was still in place. The deadbolt hadn't moved. The scrape came again, followed by pressure. The door bowed inward slightly, just enough to show strain along the frame. I backed away until my calves hit the cot. "Stop," I said, not sure who I was talking to. The pressure eased. The door settled back into place. The radio crackled once more. "You forgot something," a voice said. It sounded like me, same cadence. Same slight rasp on the S sounds. Same tired edge I heard in my own recordings when I logged notes after long shifts. My hands went numb. What did I forget? I asked. Even as every instinct screamed at me to stay silent. There was a pause, then the sound of the latch shifting. Metal scraping against metal. Slow and deliberate. "You forgot to check," the voice said. "What you do in your sleep." The thermos handle bent with a sharp metallic groan. The latch popped free. I don't remember moving. But suddenly I was at the door. Both hands braced against it, pushing down with everything I had. The wood was warm. Warmer than it should have been. Something pushed back. Not hard. Not yet. Just enough to let me know it was there. And it was patient. I don't know how long I stood there with my weight pressed against the trapdoor. Time stopped behaving normally the moment I felt pressure pushing back. Not a shove. Not a struggle. Just a steady, testing force. Like someone leaning in to see how much resistance there was. My arms burned. My palms slipped against the wood, slick with sweat. I told myself to breathe, to think. To do something other than panic. But all I could focus on was the warmth under my hands. Wood shouldn't be warm at night. Not like that. The radio was still on. Static whispered around the edges of the room, low and constant, like a presence of its own. "Go away," I said, my voice breaking. It wasn't a command. It was a plea. The pressure eased. Not all at once. Slowly. Carefully. Like whoever was on the other side didn't want to startle me. The trapdoor settled back into its frame, flush and still. The bent thermos handle clattered to the floor, metal ringing far too loud in the small space. I waited. Counted my breaths. One hand stayed on the door, just in case. Nothing happened. After a long minute, I slid the deadbolt back into place with shaking fingers. The latch followed. I didn't bother trying to wedge anything else into it. I knew better now. Whatever was happening down there, barriers were only obstacles, if the thing on the other side needed to hurry. I backed away until I hit the wall and sank down, knees pulled to my chest. The radio crackled once, then went silent. I didn't turn it off. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Sleep didn't come again. Dawn felt like something I survived rather than reached. When the light finally crept through the windows, gray and thin, I forced myself to stand. Every joint ached, like I'd been clenching my muscles all night. I approached the trapdoor as if it might explode, checking it inch by inch. Locked solid. Cold, I unlocked it myself, bracing for something. I didn't know what. A rush of air. A sound. Nothing. The ladder was still raised, rope secure. The shaft below was empty, dark, ordinary. I leaned over and shined my flashlight down, sweeping the beam across dirt and rock and old leaves. That's when I saw the footprints. They weren't fresh. Not crisp. They looked old, half smoothed by time and weather, pressed deep into the soil directly beneath the opening. Bare feet. Human-shaped, but wrong in subtle ways. Toes too long, heels too narrow, and they faced outward, away from the ladder. As if whoever made them had dropped down from the tower and walked into the forest without ever needing to climb. I didn't look longer than I had to. I raised the ladder and locked the trapdoor again, even though it was morning, even though procedure said otherwise. Then I went to the radio and called in. "This is Barnes," I said. My voice sounded hoarse, older. "I need to report an incident." The dispatcher responded immediately, relief threading their tone. "Go ahead." I told them everything. The unlocked door. The footage. The footprints. I didn't dress it up. I didn't speculate. I stuck to facts because facts were the only thing keeping me anchored. There was silence on the line when I finished. "Barnes," the dispatcher said slowly. "Stand by." Minutes passed. I watched the forest, expecting movement now that I knew what to look for. Nothing stirred. Finally, the radio clicked back on. "Relief team is en route. ETA approximately 3 hours. Until then, maintain position and do not engage with anyone or anything outside the tower." "Copy," I said. Those 3 hours stretched longer than the entire night. I kept the door locked. I didn't lower the ladder. I didn't sit. I stood by the windows, turning in slow circles, watching every angle, every shadow. Once, I thought I saw movement near the tree line. A shape that paused when I focused on it, then blended back into the forest, like it had never been separate from it at all. The relief team arrived just after noon. 2 people, familiar faces. Solid, normal, human. I watched them climb the ladder, every step sending a jolt through me. When the trapdoor opened and they stepped inside, I almost collapsed with relief. They listened. They inspected. They reviewed the footage. They found the footprints. Neither of them laughed. That scared me more than anything else. I was evacuated that afternoon. No questions, no paperwork. Just a quiet ride out of the forest and a temporary assignment, pending review. That was supposed to be the end of it. It wasn't. I'm writing this from my apartment, 300 miles away, on the same day everything happened. I haven't slept. I don't think I can. Because this morning, when I woke up on my couch, my front door was unlocked. I know it was locked. I always lock it. Deadbolt and chain. Habit. Reinforced by fear. The chain was still in place. The deadbolt was open. On my kitchen table, laid out neatly beside my keys, was my old tower logbook. The one I left behind. The one with my handwriting filling every page. It was open to a new entry. The ink was still wet. It read, "Trapdoor secure. Occupant asleep, no issues to report." My name is Victor Hale, and before last night, I believed I knew this forest better than anyone alive. I've worked as a fire lookout for nearly 6 years. Long enough to memorize every ridgeline, every switchback, every pale scar where a hiking trail cuts through the trees. When you sit in a tower long enough, patterns stop being abstract. They become muscle memory. I can close my eyes and trace the trails by heart, counting bends, measuring distance by instinct, knowing exactly where a path disappears into shadow as the sun drops behind the western slope. That's why I noticed it immediately. The morning started like any other. I woke before dawn, the air cold enough to sting my lungs, the kind of quiet that only exists at elevation. I logged the weather, checked the horizon with binoculars, and scanned for smoke. Nothing. Just forest rolling away in every direction. Green and gray, and still. By mid-morning, the sun warmed the windows of the tower, and I settled into the routine I could do half asleep. I spent the early afternoon doing what I always do when things are slow, studying the land. From up here, trails look like thin threads pulled tight between trees. I know them all. The main access trail, the service road, the older paths barely used anymore. I've corrected hikers over the radio when they've described their location wrong. I've spotted lost campers just by recognizing which trail they must have taken. So when I saw a line where no line should be, my brain refused it at first. It was faint. Just a suggestion of disturbance between two stands of pine. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the sill, and brought the binoculars up again. The line sharpened into something unmistakable. A trail. Fresh. Pale dirt exposed beneath torn undergrowth. Thought was that I'd somehow missed a new maintenance cut. It wouldn't have been the first time. The service pushed work without notifying lookouts. But as I followed it with the lenses, my stomach tightened. The trail wasn't static. It was moving. I don't mean something was walking on it. I mean the trail itself was forming. Branches bent and snapped. Low brush folded inward as if pressed by invisible feet. Dirt rolled outward in slow waves, roots tearing free, leaving behind a narrow, clean path that lengthened by the second. I lowered the binoculars and stared with my naked eyes, convinced I was misinterpreting distance or light. But the motion was still there. Subtle. Relentless. A line drawing itself through the forest. I checked the time. 3:17 p.m. I radioed it in, trying to keep my voice neutral. I described what I thought I was seeing, choosing my words carefully. The dispatcher asked if there were vehicles or crews in the area. I told her no. She suggested erosion, maybe animals, maybe my angle. She sounded tired. I didn't argue. For the next hour, I watched it grow. The trail didn't cut randomly. It curved with intent, avoiding steep drops, slipping between trees at perfect intervals. It followed the kind of logic you only see in planned routes. By 4:30, it was long enough that I could compare it to known landmarks. It was heading uphill, toward me. I wish I could say I panicked right away. I didn't. I reasoned. I explained it to myself. Maybe it was a trick of wind, a collapse of deadfall, some chain reaction I'd never seen before. Forests do strange things. That's what I told myself as I logged the observation in my notebook with shaking hands. At 5:12, the trail stopped moving. It ended abruptly at the tree line just below the tower's base, like something had reached its destination and gone still. I waited for relief to hit me. It didn't. The sun sank lower, shadows stretching until the forest darkened into a single mass. I cooked dinner but barely tasted it. I kept glancing out the windows, half expecting the path to resume, to start climbing the slope toward the tower steps. It didn't. Not yet. At 60:40, my radio crackled. The dispatcher asked if I still saw the disturbance. I told her yes, but that it had stopped. There was a pause before she answered. Longer than usual, She said there were no records of a trail in that location. No planned cuts. No crews nearby. She asked me to confirm my coordinates. Twice. By the time the call ended, dusk had settled in. The forest below was a dark sea, and the new trail glowed faintly pale against it, like a scar that hadn't finished healing. I stood at the window, heart pounding, and tried to map it from memory. It didn't belong to any system. It didn't connect to anything. It existed only to lead from the deep woods to where I stood. I locked the trapdoor at the base of the tower, something I rarely bothered with during quiet shifts. I told myself it was just caution, professional habit. As night fell, the forest changed the way it always does. Sounds sharpened. Distance collapsed. Every rustle felt closer than it should have been. I turned off the interior lights to reduce glare and leaned against the glass, scanning the base of the tower. The trail was still there. At 80:03, something moved at its far end. I couldn't see a figure. Just motion. The brush at the start of the trail shuddered, as if something had paused there, deciding whether to continue. I held my breath, binoculars pressed tight to my face, eyes burning. Nothing emerged. But the trail didn't retreat either. It stayed open, waiting. I checked the time again and wrote it down, forcing myself to keep records, like this was normal, like the act of documenting could anchor reality in place. My name at the top of the page looked unfamiliar. Victor Hale, Fire Lookout. Witness. At 9:15, the forest went quiet. Not the usual night quiet. No insects. No wind. No distant animal calls. Just absence. The kind that presses on your ears until you notice your own breathing. That's when the trail started moving again. It didn't advance through the trees this time. It widened. Dirt peeled back on either side, smoothing itself, clearing obstacles as if preparing for traffic. The pale strip crept closer to the tower steps, inch by inch, precise and patient. I backed away from the window, my pulse roaring, louder than the silence outside. Whatever was happening down there wasn't random. It wasn't natural erosion or chance collapse. It was a path being made. And I had the terrible certainty that it was being made for me. I didn't sleep. I tried, at first. I sat on the narrow cot with my boots still on, radio beside me. Flashlight clutched so tightly my fingers cramped. Every few minutes I stood and crossed the tower, checking each window in turn, forcing myself to move slowly, deliberately, like this was just another long night shift. The trail kept widening. By 10:30 p.m., it had reached the base of the tower stairs. The forest floor directly below me was no longer forest at all. It was bare earth, smoothed flat. Roots torn out cleanly, stones pushed aside as if arranged by hand. The stairs themselves were untouched, but the ground around them looked prepared, intentional, like a staging area. I radioed again. No answer. The dispatcher channel was dead. I switched to emergency frequencies. Static. I checked the antenna connections, even though I knew nothing was wrong. The radio had worked less than an hour earlier. I logged the failure with a pen that kept slipping in my sweaty grip. At 11:02, I heard footsteps. Not on the stairs, not in the brush, on the trail itself. They were soft, measured, perfectly spaced. Whoever, or whatever, was walking knew exact to move without snapping branches or kicking loose gravel. I couldn't see a figure from my angle, just the subtle shift of shadow as something passed beneath the edge of the tower. I leaned out the window, heart hammering, and whispered into the dark without realizing I was doing it. Hello. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. It felt expectant, charged. I pulled back inside and shut the window, locking it even though the latch was flimsy and symbolic at best. At 11:17 there was a knock. It came from below, dull and hollow, reverberating up through the metal supports of the tower. Someone rapped once, slow and deliberate, against one of the stair beams. Not a frantic knock, not a call for help. A signal. I didn't respond. The second knock came exactly 30 seconds later. I know because I watched the clock, counting each second with shallow breaths. The third came another 30 seconds after that. Then the footsteps resumed. This time they moved in a slow circle around the base of the tower. I tracked them by sound, by vibration. Each step landed on the newly formed trail, never once straying into the untouched forest. It was as if the rest of the woods no longer existed to whatever was down there. At midnight, the radio crackled to life. "Victor," a voice said. I nearly dropped it. The voice was calm, professional, familiar in tone if not in timbre. It sounded like someone trying very hard to sound normal. "Victor, this is dispatch. We've been trying to reach you." Relief hit me so hard my knees buckled. I pressed the transmit button and answered immediately, words tumbling over each other as I described everything: the trail, the movement, the footsteps, the knocking. I didn't censor myself. I couldn't. When I finished, there was a pause. "Victor," the voice said carefully, "there are no personnel assigned to your sector tonight. There are no known hikers, no active maintenance, no search and rescue operations." "I know," I said. "I can see it. It's right below me." Another pause, longer this time. "Victor," the dispatcher said. "And now?" There was something off about the way they spoke my name, like it had been practiced. "Do not leave the tower." "I'm not planning to," I said. "Good," they replied. "Because according to our maps, there is no trail leading to your tower." I stared down at the pale strip of earth, wide now enough that it looked like a road. "There is now," I said. The radio went silent. The footsteps stopped circling and moved back to the base of the stairs. I heard the first step taken. Wood creaked under weight. The stairs have a particular sound. I've climbed them thousands of times. I know which boards complain and which stay quiet. These steps avoided the loud ones. Slowly, methodically, the sound of ascent crept upward. I retreated to the center of the tower, every nerve screaming at me to do something, anything. I checked the trapdoor again even though I'd locked it earlier. It held. The steps reached the top. Whoever was there didn't try the door. Instead, they walked around the tower platform, footsteps pacing, stopping at each window. I could feel the weight of their attention, even without seeing a face. The glass rattled softly as something leaned close, breath fogging the pane for just a moment before clearing. A shape passed by the window. Tall, upright, human in outline, at least in silhouette. But it moved wrong, joints bending too smoothly. Head tilting in sharp, curious angles. It paused at the door. "Victor," it said. The voice was almost right. Almost. It sounded like mine. I clapped a hand over my mouth to keep from answering. My heart felt like it might tear itself free. The voice outside repeated my name, each time a little closer to my cadence, my tone. "I followed the trail," it said. "You made it very easy." The handle rattled gently. There was no force, no urgency. Just testing. "I know these stairs," the voice continued. "I know this tower. I've memorized every trail." My blood ran cold. "That's my job," it said softly. The handle stopped moving. Footsteps retreated, slow and unhurried, back down the stairs. I rushed to the window in time to see the figure step onto the trail. In the moonlight, its shape blurred, edges softening, like it was being swallowed by the path itself. The trail shifted as it walked, narrowing behind it, erasing its own footprint. By 200 a.m., the forest was still again. The trail remained, but it no longer glowed. It looked old now, worn, like it had always been there. I sat with my back against the wall, watching until my eyes burned, afraid that if I looked away for even a second, something else would arrive. At 40:30, the first hint of dawn crept over the horizon. As light returned, the trail faded. Not abruptly, gradually. Dirt darkened. Leaves settled back into place. Roots re-emerged like veins beneath skin. By the time the sun fully cleared the ridge, there was nothing left but undisturbed forest. No path, no scar. No sign that anything had ever happened, except my logs. The notebook lay open on the table, pages filled with timestamps, descriptions, shaking handwriting that didn't look like mine. The radio worked again, chirping with routine morning traffic. When relief arrived at noon, they found me still standing at the window. I didn't point out the trail. I didn't need to. Because as the replacement lookout climbed the stairs, I noticed something that made my breath catch. They didn't step on the loud boards either. They told me later that I answered all their questions calmly. That's what the report says anyway. That I was cooperative, oriented, aware of my surroundings. That I showed signs of fatigue but no visible injuries. The ranger who wrote it checked the right boxes, signed his name, and closed the file like this was something that could be finished. From the inside, it didn't feel calm at all. The replacement lookout, his name was Aaron. I remember that clearly. Tried to make small talk as we stood on the platform, waiting for the transport truck. He commented on the view, on the quiet, on how lucky I was to work somewhere so peaceful. I nodded at the right moments and kept my eyes on the forest. In daylight, everything looked normal. Too normal. The trees stood where they always had. The slopes were unbroken. I scanned the area where the trail had been, tracing the line in my mind, but there was nothing to see. No disturbed earth. No snapped branches. Not even a scuff mark. Aaron followed my gaze and frowned. "Something out there?" he asked. "No," I said. And that was true in the strictest sense of the word. They drove me down the mountain around noon. As the tower shrank in the rearview mirror, I felt something tighten in my chest, a reflexive pull, like I was leaving a part of myself behind. Or like something was watching me go, measuring distance, recalculating. At headquarters, they asked me to walk them through the night again. I did, sticking to observable facts, leaning on my logs whenever my voice started to waver. Radios failing, unidentified movement, anomalous auditory phenomena. I avoided saying the word trail as much as possible, but it kept slipping out anyway. They showed me maps, updated ones, satellite imagery. There was no record of any path in that sector, besides the known trails I'd memorized years ago. They suggested stress, isolation, fatigue. They asked if I'd been sleeping well lately. I told them no. They let me go by evening with a recommendation for time off and a polite warning about maintaining professional objectivity. No one said hallucination outright, but it hung in the room between us like smoke. I went home. That night, I slept in my own bed for the first time in months. The familiar walls should have grounded me. Instead, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the building, the distant sound of traffic. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the pale line of the trail cutting through the forest, unstoppable and precise. At 20:13 a.m., I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. I froze, heart slamming into my ribs. The steps were soft, controlled. Too measured for a neighbor heading to the bathroom. They stopped outside my door. There was a knock. Once. Slow. Deliberate. I didn't move. 30 seconds passed. Another knock. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. A notification from an unknown number. I stared at the screen, hands shaking before opening it. You forgot to lock the trail. The third knock came as I read the message. I didn't answer the door. I sat there until dawn, knees pulled to my chest, listening as the footsteps eventually retreated down the hall. When I checked the peephole later, the corridor was empty. No neighbors had reported anything unusual. There were no security logs, no camera footage. I tried to convince myself it was a stress response, a delayed echo of the night in the tower. That explanation almost worked, until I stepped outside. Across the street from my building, in a patch of dirt that had once been a lawn, the grass was gone. A narrow strip of bare earth, cut cleanly through it, stretching from the sidewalk toward the trees at the edge of the neighborhood. The ground was smooth, compacted, like it had been walked on many times. I followed it with my eyes, pulse rising, until it disappeared into the woods beyond the last house. I didn't follow. I quit my job a week later. I moved apartments. I stopped hiking. I avoided parks, trails, anywhere the land remembered how to open itself. For a while, it seemed to work. The dreams faded. The tension in my chest loosened. I started to believe that whatever had happened was tied to the tower, to that specific place and role. Then the emails started. At first, they were harmless. Automated messages from outdoor forums I didn't remember joining. Trail updates. Maintenance notices. Search and rescue bulletins. I unsubscribed from all of them. They kept coming. One night, months later, I opened an email without checking the sender. New route established. There was no body text. Just an attachment. It was a map. Not a satellite image. Not a park diagram. It was a hand-drawn map, lines etched with obsessive precision. Trails marked and labeled in my handwriting. I recognized them instantly. Every path I'd memorized from the tower. Every ridge, every turn. And one new line. A trail starting deep in the woods, carving its way through neighborhoods, streets, and buildings, ending at a small square labeled with my address. I deleted the email. I deleted my accounts. I shut down my computer and unplugged it from the wall. For a moment, the silence returned, heavy but manageable. Then I heard it. A familiar sound, drifting in through the open window. Soft footsteps. Measured. Patient. Moving closer. I don't know how many trails it's made since that night. I don't know how far it can reach, or how long it takes to draw a line from wherever it is to wherever I happen to be. What I do know is this. I used to think the forest needed paths so people wouldn't get lost. Now I understand something else entirely. Some paths are made so something can always find its way back. My name is Isaac Nolan. I've been a fire lookout for long enough to learn the language of the tower. Wood talks when it's cold. Metal answers when the sun heats it unevenly. Wind has its own accent, a low push that travels up the legs and settles into the walls. I can usually tell what's happening outside without looking, just by the way the structure complains. That's why it bothered me so much when the tower creaked last night while the forest was completely still. I arrived at my post before sunrise, the sky washed pale and empty, the kind of quiet that only exists before the world decides to start moving again. The access road was dry. No recent storms, no reason for stress on the structure. I logged my arrival time, checked the weather instruments, calibrated the anemometer, and ran the usual radio test. Everything behaved the way it was supposed to. The forest below me lay flat and unmoving, a dense carpet of green stretching out in all directions. No smoke, no haze, no wind. By mid-morning, the heat came on steady. I opened the windows to let the air circulate, made coffee, and started my first sweep with the binoculars. The tower stood on a ridge that gave me an uninterrupted view of miles of wilderness. I'd memorized every scar in the land. Old burn lines, dry creek beds, rock outcroppings that looked like smoke if the light hit them wrong. Nothing was out of place. The forest looked heavy, calm, almost asleep. The first creak came just after noon. It was subtle, a slow stretch of wood somewhere beneath my feet, the sound of a joint settling under pressure. I didn't think much of it at first. Towers make noise. They shift as temperatures change. I glanced at the wind gauge out of habit. The needle sat dead at 0. No breeze, not even a twitch. I listened. The trees below weren't moving. Leaves stayed perfectly still, branches locked in place like they'd been painted there. A few minutes later, it happened again. This time louder, longer, followed by a faint shudder that I felt through the soles of my boots. I stood still, coffee mug halfway to my mouth, and waited. Silence pressed in around me, the kind that makes your ears ring. I checked the logbook and made a note about structural noise, mostly to reassure myself I was paying attention. Then I stepped outside onto the catwalk and leaned over the railing, scanning the base of the tower. No animals, no people, no obvious cause. The forest just sat there, holding its breath. By early afternoon, the creaking became more regular. Not constant, but frequent enough that I started timing it without meaning to. Every 10 or 15 minutes, a slow groan would rise up through the frame, as if the tower were adjusting to a weight I couldn't see. Each time, I checked the instruments. Each time, they told me the same thing. No wind, stable temperature, normal pressure. I tried distracting myself with routine. I cleaned the lenses on the Osborne Fire Finder, organized my supplies, rechecked the radio frequencies. When that didn't work, I went back to scanning the horizon. That's when I noticed how wrong the stillness felt. Not peaceful. Suspended. Like the forest was waiting for a cue it never received. Around 4 in the afternoon, the radio crackled. I nearly jumped out of my skin, the sudden sound cutting through the quiet. It was a routine check, in from base, asking for conditions. I reported clear visibility, no wind, no smoke. I hesitated, then mentioned the structural noises. There was a pause on the other end, then a casual acknowledgement. Towers creak. Keep an eye on it. Log anything unusual. The word unusual stuck with me. As the sun dipped lower, shadows stretched across the canopy below, darkening the forest in uneven patches. That's when the creaks changed. They weren't slow anymore. They came in short bursts, sharp and uneven, like someone shifting their weight back and forth. I froze in place, listening hard. The sound didn't come from one spot. It traveled, starting near the base and moving upward, following the tower's frame until it reached the cabin and stopped. I checked the stairs. Empty. The trapdoor, Closed, latched from the inside. No reason for movement. No reason for sound. I ate dinner standing up, unable to sit still. Every muscle tight. Each time the tower complained, my stomach twisted a little tighter. I found myself watching the forest instead of the instruments, searching for motion. Still nothing. Not a bird. Not an insect. Even the usual distant noises were gone. Just before sunset, I noticed something else. The creaks were starting to line up with my movements. When I crossed the cabin to close a window, the tower answered with a sharp groan. When I leaned against the wall, it shifted beneath me. It felt less like settling and more like reacting. I told myself that was ridiculous. Structures don't react. They respond to forces. Wind. Weight. Temperature. I listed the explanations in my head like a mantra, but none of them fit what I was hearing. The last light faded fast. The forest below turned into a dark mass, details swallowed by shadow. I turned on the interior lights and did another radio check. Static. I adjusted the dial, tried again. More static, threaded with a low hum that made my teeth buzz. I shut it off and logged the issue, planning to try again later. That's when the tower creaked again, louder than it had all day. A deep, rolling sound that started below and climbed, stopping directly under my feet. The floor trembled. I grabbed the edge of the table to steady myself, heart hammering. Outside, the forest remained perfectly still. I stood there for a long time, listening to the quiet settle back in. I don't know how long passed. Minutes, maybe longer. Eventually, I convinced myself to move again, to finish my evening checks. I told myself that fear was making patterns where none existed. But as I wrote the last entry in the logbook, the tower let out one final creak. Soft this time, almost careful. And for the first time since arriving that morning, I had the distinct, unsettling feeling that I wasn't alone up there anymore. Part 2. I didn't sleep. I tried. I lay on the narrow cot with the lights off, staring up at the dark ceiling, while the forest below the tower remained unnaturally silent. No insects. No wind in the trees. Even the distant, comforting white noise of wilderness lifeless gone. It felt less like night, and more like the world had been paused. The tower creaked again sometime after midnight. This time, it wasn't a single sound. It was a sequence. A low groan, then a short pause, then another, closer together than before, almost rhythmic. I sat up slowly, careful not to move too fast, listening with my entire body. The noise traveled the same way it had earlier, rising from the legs of the tower, following the frame upward until it reached the cabin. It stopped directly beneath the floorboards, as if whatever caused it had arrived at a destination. I held my breath. Nothing else happened. No footsteps. No voices. Just the return of that suffocating stillness. I checked my watch. 12:47 a.m. The temperature had dropped, but not enough to explain the intensity of the sounds. I made a note in the logbook by the light of my headlamp, my handwriting tighter than usual. At 1:15, the radio clicked on by itself. The sound was soft, almost polite. A single burst of static, then silence. I stared at the unit from across the cabin, my pulse picking up speed. I hadn't touched it since shutting it off earlier. I waited, counting seconds. Just as I reached 30, it crackled again, longer this time, followed by that same low hum that vibrated in my jaw. I stood and crossed the room, every step deliberate. The tower answered each one with a faint creak, like it was tracking my movement. I told myself it was coincidence. I told myself a lot of things. I turned the radio off and unplugged it completely. Setting it on the table like that would somehow make a difference. When I turned back toward the cot, the tower creaked again. This one came from above me. I froze, neck prickling, eyes locked on the ceiling. The sound wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. A slow flex of material that suggested weight shifting somewhere higher up. That shouldn't have been possible. There was nothing above the cabin but air and antennae. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it upward, sweeping the beam across the ceiling seams. The hatch frame, the corners where shadows like to gather. Nothing moved. The light didn't reveal anything out of place. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had adjusted itself in response to being observed. I didn't get back on the cot after that. I stayed at the table, flashlight within reach, eyes drifting between the windows and the trapdoor. The forest outside remained black and motionless, the darkness so complete it felt solid. Every now and then, the tower would creak again. Never randomly, always after I shifted position or stood or leaned against the wall. Sometime after 3 a.m., the stillness broke. It wasn't dramatic. No sudden noise or movement. Just a subtle change in the air, like pressure equalizing. The trees below began to sway, barely perceptible at first, leaves whispering against one another. The wind gauge twitched, then settled at a low but steady reading. Relief washed over me so fast it made my knees weak. Wind, finally. A reason. The tower creaked again, and this time it made sense. I laughed under my breath, the sound thin and shaky. Of course the structure would react now. Of course that was all it had been. I logged the change in conditions, noting the return of wind and ambient noise. My body slowly unclenched. That's when I realized something else had changed. The creaks didn't stop when I stopped moving anymore. Even when I stood perfectly still, holding my breath, the tower continued to make noise. Not constant, but persistent. Small adjustments. Shifts that didn't line up with gusts or temperature changes. I watched the anemometer as the needle dipped and rose gently. The sounds didn't match its rhythm. I stepped onto the catwalk, flashlight cutting through the darkness. The forest was alive again. Branches swaying, leaves rustling. But directly beneath the tower, at its base, the trees stood unnaturally still. A circular patch of forest where the wind didn't seem to reach. My light swept over the area, heart thudding. The ground was uneven. Shadows layered over shadows. Then I saw the impressions. They were subtle, shallow depressions in the soil around the tower's footings. Not fresh footprints. Nothing so clear, but disturbances, like something heavy had shifted its weight repeatedly in the same small area. I leaned farther over the railing, angling the beam for a better look. The tower creaked hard beneath me, sharp and warning. I jerked back instinctively, nearly dropping the flashlight. The sound had come from the section of railing my hands were gripping, the wood vibrating under my palms. I backed away slowly, every nerve screaming. As soon as I did, the creaking softened, then stopped. I didn't go back out there. The rest of the night blurred together. Dawn crept in pale and cold. Light slowly revealing a forest that looked normal again. Wind moved freely through the trees. Birds started up their calls, tentative at first, then confident. By the time the sun fully cleared the horizon, it almost felt like the previous hours had been a bad dream. Almost. I went down the stairs just after sunrise, my boots loud against the metal steps. The tower was quiet now, no strange complaints, no reactive shifts. At the base, I circled the footings, examining the ground in daylight. The impressions were still there. Clearer now. Disturbed soil forming a loose ring around the structure, as if something had paced there for hours. I radioed base and reported the findings, keeping my voice steady. They acknowledged, asked me to document and send photos. I did, though I doubted the images would capture how wrong it felt standing there. By mid-morning, the tower was silent again. No unexplained creaks. No strange reactions. If not for the logbook and the marks in the dirt, I might have convinced myself nothing unusual had happened. But as I climbed back up and closed the trapdoor behind me, the tower let out one last, soft creak, almost like a settling sigh. And for the first time, I wondered if the stillness from the night before hadn't been the forest holding its breath. Maybe it had been listening. By late morning, I had almost convinced myself the night was over. Sunlight poured through the windows, turning the cabin warm and ordinary. The forest moved the way it always did. Branches swaying, birds calling, wind pushing through the canopy in uneven waves. The tower felt solid again. Quiet. Predictable. I went through my midday checks with a careful, almost ceremonial calm. As if following routine precisely, enough could lock the previous hours behind me. I kept listening for the creaks. They didn't come. That should have been comforting. Instead, the silence felt different now. Less empty. Like the absence of a sound that should have been there. Around noon, I received another radio call from base. They'd reviewed the photos I sent and chalked the disturbed soil up to erosion and animal movement. Nothing unusual, they said. Keep monitoring. Standard language, delivered in the same steady tone I'd heard 100 times before. I didn't argue. There wasn't anything concrete I could point to. Just impressions, sounds, a feeling I couldn't log. By early afternoon, clouds started to roll in from the west, thick and low. The light dimmed, flattening the colors of the forest, until everything looked washed out. Wind picked up again, stronger this time, rattling the antennae and pressing against the cabin walls. The tower creaked in response. Normal, expected sounds that almost made me smile with relief. Then the wind stopped. Not gradually. Instantly. One moment the trees were moving, the next they weren't. The sudden absence hit me like pressure change, my ears popping. The tower creaked once, hard, as if caught mid-motion and forced to hold it. I checked the anemometer. 0. I stood very still, heart pounding, and waited. Seconds stretched. The forest below locked into that same unnatural stillness I'd seen the night before. No leaf movement. No sound. Even the distant birds fell silent. The tower creaked again. It came from the stairs this time. A slow, deliberate sound, like weight being placed carefully on a step. I moved to the center of the cabin, eyes fixed on the trapdoor. The latch hadn't moved. The door stayed shut. Another creak, higher up the stairs now. I grabbed the radio and turned it on, static bursting to life. I called base. My voice tight but controlled, reporting sudden dead calm and unexplained structural movement. The reply came through warped and delayed, fragments breaking apart in the static. I couldn't make out full words, just tone. Concerned, uncertain. The radio clicked off on its own. The creaks continued, one step at a time. Slow, patient. Whatever was causing them wasn't rushing. It felt like something testing how much pressure it could apply without making the tower fail. I backed toward the window and looked down. At the base of the tower, the disturbed soil had changed. The loose ring from earlier had deepened, the ground pressed down hard in several places, as if something had leaned its full weight against the legs of the structure. The forest immediately beyond, that circle remained frozen. Trees locked in place like scenery. The tower shifted beneath me, a deep groan rolling up through the frame. I braced myself against the wall, boots sliding slightly on the floor. The sound wasn't random anymore. It matched a pattern I recognized instinctively. Load transfer. Something was moving around the base, changing how the tower carried weight. "Stop," I said out loud, my voice sounding small in the cabin. The creaking paused. I didn't breathe. Slowly, carefully, I crossed to the other side of the cabin. The tower answered with a soft groan, following my movement. When I stopped, it stopped. When I leaned, it leaned. I wasn't imagining it anymore. I grabbed the emergency flare from the supply cabinet and cracked the window open, just enough to stick my arm through. My hands shook as I aimed down at the base and pulled the cord. The flare ignited with a violent hiss, red light flooding the area below. For a brief, terrible moment I saw it clearly. Not a shape, not a creature, an absence. The flare's light bent oddly around a space against the tower's legs, like something massive occupying volume, without reflecting light. The soil beneath it was crushed deep, far deeper than any animal could manage. As the flare burned, that pressure shifted. The tower screamed. Wood shrieked, metal groaned, the entire structure twisting just enough to throw me off balance. I hit the floor hard, the wind knocked out of me. The flare fell away, tumbling into the trees, its light vanishing almost immediately. Silence slammed back into place. I scrambled to my feet, lungs burning, and looked down again. The forest moved now. Wind rushed through the canopy in a sudden, violent gust. Branches thrashing as if released from restraint. The anemometer spun wildly. The creaks faded, the tower settling back into its normal complaints. I didn't wait. I radioed base and told them I was abandoning the post due to structural instability. I didn't explain further. I didn't have to. The word instability covered a lot. They acknowledged, told me to descend when safe and await further instructions. I took the stairs 2 at a time, every creak making me flinch. But the tower didn't react anymore. It felt empty, exhausted. At the base, I didn't stop to look around. I got into my truck and drove, gravel spraying behind me, as I took the access road faster than I ever should have. Only when the tower disappeared behind the trees did my hands stop shaking. By evening, the forest was back to normal. Wind moved. Sounds returned. The sky cleared. If someone had driven past that ridge, they would have seen nothing out of place. I filed my report that night, sticking to facts. Structural noises inconsistent with wind. Ground disturbance. Temporary loss of ambient forest movement. Possible environmental anomaly. It read sterile. Safe. I wasn't assigned back to that tower. They said it was coincidence. Budget changes. Staffing shifts. I didn't argue. But sometimes, late at night, when everything around me goes quiet all at once, I feel that same pressure in my ears, that same sense of being listened to. And I remember how the tower creaked when the forest was still. Not because it was settling, but because something was there, learning how much weight it could apply before the world noticed. My name is Henry Lawson, and I was warned on my first day never to leave the tower after dark. The supervisor said it casually, like he was reminding me to turn off a stove or lock a truck door. He didn't explain why. He didn't need to, I thought at the time. Remote towers come with common sense rules. You stay inside at night because of wildlife, weather, fatigue. You stay inside because help is far away. I nodded, signed the paperwork, and assumed that was the end of it. I arrived at the tower just after sunrise, the sky pale and washed out, the forest below still half asleep. The structure itself was older than it looked in the photos. 4 stories of steel stairs, bolted to a concrete footing, with a square cabin perched on top like a watchful eye. The stairs wrapped around the outside in tight, exposed spirals. From the ground, they looked narrow but manageable. From the top, looking down through the grating, they looked like a long drop disguised as a walkway. I'd worked isolated posts before. This wasn't my first season alone, and I didn't romanticize it. The job was simple log weather conditions. Scan for smoke, radio in at scheduled times. The tower had solar power, a backup generator, a radio with a scratchy but reliable signal. Inside, the cabin was cramped but functional. Shelves, a small propane stove. Everything smelled faintly of dust and old wood. Like a place that remembered other people better than it remembered me. By mid-morning, I'd finished unpacking. I did my first full sweep with the binoculars, slow and methodical, marking familiar landmarks in a notebook. Ridges, clearings, a dry river bed cutting through the trees like a scar. Nothing unusual. No smoke, no movement that didn't belong. The forest looked the way forests are supposed to look when no one is watching. The day passed quietly. Too quietly, maybe. But that's what you want when you're posted somewhere like this. Silence is a sign that everything is working as intended. I cooked a simple dinner. As the light started to fade, ate standing by the window, and watched the shadows stretch between the trees. When the sun dipped below the ridgeline, the temperature dropped fast. I turned on the interior lights, locked the door out of habit, and reminded myself of the rule again. Don't leave the tower after dark. It was just after full dark when I heard the first noise. At first, it was easy to dismiss. Towers make sounds. Metal contracts when it cools. Wind pushes against the structure, sets the stairs humming faintly. I'd heard all of that before. This was different, but not obviously so. Just a dull, rhythmic clank from below, spaced out enough to blend into the background if you weren't listening for it. Clank. Pause. Clank. I froze, listening. The sound came again. A little louder this time, followed by the faint scrape of something dragging against metal. I told myself it was thermal movement. Or maybe a loose bolt shifting in the wind. I waited for it to stop. It didn't. The pattern continued, slow and deliberate. Each sound slightly closer than the last. My eyes drifted to the trapdoor in the floor, the one that led down to the stairs. It was closed, latch tight. The latch hadn't been touched since I'd locked it myself before dinner. I checked my watch. 8:47 p.m. still early, but fully dark. I stepped closer to the trapdoor and knelt, pressing my ear against the wood. The sound was unmistakable, now footsteps. Not heavy, not frantic, but careful. Someone was climbing the stairs. I stood up too fast and banged my knee on the desk. The pain helped ground me. Wildlife didn't climb steel staircases like that. Wind didn't pause between steps. If it was a person, they'd have to be climbing in near. Total darkness without a flashlight, on narrow grating suspended, 4 stories above the ground. That wasn't impossible, but it was unlikely. No one was scheduled to visit. No one even knew I was up here yet. Hello, I called out, hating how thin my voice sounded in the small cabin. The footsteps didn't stop. They continued upward, unhurried, each step placed with what sounded like intention. I moved to the radio and keyed the mic, calling into the ranger station. Static answered me, thick and persistent. I tried again, adjusting the dial, but the signal refused to lock. The radio crackled, then went dead. Clank, scrape, clank. The sound was directly beneath me now. I could feel faint vibrations through the floor, subtle enough that I might have imagined them if I hadn't been paying attention. I backed away from the trapdoor and stood with my back against the far wall, staring at the latch like it might turn on its own. I considered the rule again. Don't leave the tower after dark. It wasn't about what was outside, I realized. It was about what might come up. The footsteps reached the landing just below the trapdoor and stopped. Silence flooded in, so sudden it made my ears ring. I held my breath, counting seconds in my head. 10 passed, then 20. Nothing moved. I forced myself to breathe and took a step forward. Maybe it had been a hiker who realized their mistake and turned back. Maybe someone was injured and needed help. That thought sat heavy in my chest. The job didn't come with many moral dilemmas, but this one was obvious. If someone was out there, hurt and stranded, ignoring them wasn't an option. I crouched and put my hand on the latch. That's when I heard the scratching. It came from directly below the trapdoor, slow and tentative, like fingers testing the surface. The sound dragged across the wood, pausing, then repeating in the same spot. I pulled my hand back as if burned. "Go away," I said, quietly. The tower's closed. The scratching stopped. For a moment, I thought that was it. I waited, muscles locked, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then something pressed up against the underside of the trapdoor. Not hard enough to force it open, just enough to let me know it was there. A voice followed, muffled by the wood. It was low and rough, the words indistinct, but the intent clear. Someone was trying to speak. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Every instinct I had told me that whatever was on the stairs knew the rules as well as I did, and it didn't care. The pressure eased. The voice faded. After a long, breathless pause, the footsteps began again. But this time, they were moving downward. I stayed awake the rest of the night, sitting with my back against the wall, watching the trapdoor until the sky began to lighten. When morning finally came, the stairs were empty. No sign of anyone ever having been there at all. That was the first time something climbed the stairs after dark. Morning didn't bring the relief I expected. The light crept in slowly, thin and gray, and instead of making the tower feel safer, it just exposed how tired and alone I was. I hadn't slept at all. Every time the wind brushed the stairs, my muscles tensed, waiting for footsteps that never came. When the sun finally cleared the ridge, I unlocked the door and stepped outside for the first time since nightfall. The stairs were empty. No scuffs, no bent metal, no dropped gear. I leaned over the railing and looked down, following the spiral all the way to the ground. The forest floor was undisturbed, needles and dirt smooth, as if nothing had passed through in days. If someone had climbed up here in the dark, they'd left no trace that daylight was willing to reveal. I told myself that meant something simple. Maybe I'd imagined parts of it. Fatigue, isolation, first, night nerves. Those explanations fit neatly, and I needed them too. I logged the weather, did my morning radio check, and this time the signal went through without a problem. The ranger on the other end sounded bored, which was oddly comforting. By late morning, The tension had dulled into something like denial. I forced myself into routine. Binocular sweeps, notes, coffee reheated on the stove. The forest looked normal again. Birds moved through the trees. Wind shifted the canopy in slow waves. Nothing climbed. Nothing watched. It wasn't until just after noon that I noticed the smell. At first, I thought it was me. Stale clothes, sweat, the lingering scent of metal and dust inside the cabin. But this was different. It was faint, almost polite, like it didn't want to announce itself. A damp, organic odor, somewhere between wet soil and old leaves. I followed it to the trapdoor. The latch was still locked. I hadn't touched it since the night before. The smell was strongest there, seeping up through the cracks in the wood. I crouched and ran my fingers along the edges, half expecting them to come back dirty. They didn't. I stood up and backed away, my mind reaching for explanations again. Maybe the temperature change was pulling up forest air. Maybe something had nested near the base of the tower. None of it explained why the smell faded when I moved away and returned when I leaned over the trapdoor. The afternoon dragged. Every sound felt louder than it should have been. When evening approached, I found myself watching the light more closely than the forest, tracking how fast it was disappearing. I ate early, standing again, and checked the latch on the door twice. The rule echoed in my head without being spoken. Don't leave the tower after dark. Dusk settled in thick and fast. Clouds rolled over the sun, smothering the last of the light. I turned on the interior lamps and sat at the desk, forcing myself to write in the logbook with steady handwriting. The normalcy of it felt fragile, like a performance I was afraid to interrupt. The first footstep came earlier than the night before. Clank. I flinched so hard the pen skidded across the page. I didn't need to listen this time to know what it was. The sound came again, followed by the scrape of something sliding against the stair railing. Slow. Careful. Closer than it should have been already. I moved to the center of the cabin, putting as much distance as I could between myself and the trapdoor without taking my eyes off it. The radio sat useless on the desk. I didn't bother trying it. Part of me was afraid that if I reached for it, I'd look away at the wrong moment. The footsteps climbed steadily, never rushing, never hesitating. Whoever, or whatever, was on the stairs knew exactly how far it had to go. I could feel the vibrations again, subtle but real, like the tower itself was acknowledging the weight. "Stop," I said, louder this time. "You can't be up here." The steps paused. For a second, hope flickered. Then something heavy shifted below, followed by the sound of fingers. Too many fingers, curling around the metal grating beneath the trapdoor. I could hear breathing now. Slow, uneven, like air being pulled through a narrow space. The smell returned, stronger than before, filling the cabin until it coated the back of my throat. "There's no one here," I said, even though that was obviously a lie. "You need to go." The breathing changed. It almost sounded like a sigh. The scratching began again, more confident this time. The sound traced the outline of the trapdoor, as if memorizing it. I backed into the wall and slid down until I was sitting on the floor, knees pulled tight to my chest. A voice followed, clearer than the night before. "Henry." Hearing my name out loud broke something in me. I hadn't introduced myself to anyone up here. I hadn't used the radio since morning, and even then, I'd stuck to protocol. There was no reason for anything on those stairs to know who I was. "Henry," it said again, closer now. I just need to check something. The latch rattled. Not violently, just enough to test it. I stared at it, convinced it would give way despite how solid it looked. My hands shook so badly I had to clench them together to keep them still. "You're not supposed to leave after dark," the voice continued. "That's the rule." I swallowed hard. "You said that rule was for me." A pause, then a soft, almost amused sound. "It's for everyone." The pressure under the trapdoor increased, steady and patient. The wood creaked but held. I pressed my palms over my ears, but it didn't help. The voice didn't need to be loud to fill the space. Minutes stretched into something unbearable. I don't know how long it lasted. Time lost meaning when all I could do was wait for the latch to fail. Eventually, the pressure eased. The breathing retreated. Footsteps resumed, moving downward this time, just as calmly as they had come. I didn't move until the sounds faded completely. When morning came, the smell was gone. The stairs were empty again. But this time, when I checked the trapdoor, I noticed deep scratches in the wood. Marks that hadn't been there before, tracing the edges with unsettling precision. Whatever was climbing the tower wasn't confused. It was learning. By the time the sun came up, I had already decided I wasn't going to last another night. That realization didn't come with panic. It arrived quietly, like a fact I'd been avoiding. I stood over the trapdoor, tracing the fresh scratches with my eyes, and understood that whatever rules governed this place, they weren't designed to protect me. They were designed to keep something contained. And containment only works as long as everyone involved keeps playing their part. I radioed the station as soon as the morning check window opened. The signal was clear, almost cheerful in its consistency. I told them I was requesting immediate relief, citing equipment issues and a personal safety concern. I didn't describe the stairs or the voice. I didn't mention the scratches. I just said I didn't feel safe. There was a pause on the other end, longer than normal. Then the ranger replied, voice careful, measured. He said they'd log the request. He said relief wouldn't arrive until morning. Tomorrow morning. I told him that wasn't acceptable. He told me, calmly, that no one traveled those access roads after dark. "You know the rule," he said, like it explained everything. I hung up before he could say anything else. The day crawled. Every hour felt borrowed. I kept busy to stop myself from thinking. Cleaning, reorganizing supplies, double-checking inventory that didn't need double-checking. I avoided looking at the stairs. When I did have to pass the trapdoor, I stepped wide, like it might reach up and grab my ankle. By mid-afternoon, I'd packed my essentials. Not everything, just what I could carry easily. Water, radio, flashlight, spare batteries, first aid kit. I told myself I'd leave before sunset, hike down while there was still light, break the rule on my own terms. The forest was familiar in daylight. The stairs were just stairs. Then I noticed the shadows. They were wrong. Not dramatically so, not in a way I could point to and explain. They just didn't line up with the light. The sun was still high enough to cast clean angles, but the shadows around the base of the tower seemed to stretch upward, clinging to the stairs instead of falling away from them. I leaned over the railing, heart hammering, and looked down. Something stood at the bottom. It didn't move when I spotted it. It didn't look up. It just stood there, close enough that I could make out a shape but not details. Too tall to be a child. Too thin to be comfortable to look at. It blended into the dark between the trees in a way that made my eyes slide off it when I tried to focus. I backed away slowly, every instinct screaming at me not to draw attention. The thing didn't follow. It didn't have to. It was already where it needed to be. The rest of the daylight vanished faster than it should have. Clouds thickened, turning the sky a dull, colorless gray. By the time I checked my watch again, sunset was minutes away. I stood in the center of the cabin, pack at my feet, paralyzed by indecision. Leaving meant breaking the rule. Staying meant waiting for night. The first footstep solved the debate for me. Clank, it came sooner than before, as if the thing climbing the stairs had been waiting for the light to fade. I grabbed the pack and slung it over my shoulder, moving toward the door instead of the trapdoor. If I was going to leave, it would be now. The footsteps quickened slightly, not rushing, but no longer unhurried. They matched my movement, sound rising in tandem with my panic. I fumbled with the door lock, hands slick with sweat, and threw it open just as full darkness swallowed the forest. Cold air rushed in. The stairs loomed to my left, spiraling down into blackness. I stepped onto the landing and froze. The footsteps stopped below me. I could feel it there, just out of sight, occupying the space beneath the curve of the stairs. The smell hit me hard, stronger than ever, thick enough to taste. I turned my flashlight on and aimed it downward, beam cutting through the dark in a narrow cone. The light caught movement. Something shifted on the stairs. Not climbing, not descending, but rearranging itself to fit the space. Limbs bent at angles that made my stomach churn. The light flickered across skin that looked wrong, stretched and mottled, like it had spent too long pressed against surfaces it wasn't meant to touch. It raised its head. The face was almost human. Almost. The mouth opened too wide, lips pulling back in a way that exposed, teeth worn flat, as if they'd been used more for pressure than for chewing. "You're early," it said, clearly now. Calmly, I took a step back, heels slipping on the metal grating. "You said the rule was not to leave after dark." It tilted its head, considering me. "And you listened." "At first. I'm leaving," I said, though my body refused to move. "You can't stop me." It climbed one step. The sound was deafening in the silence. I stumbled backward, heart slamming against my ribs, and felt the solid reassurance of the tower wall behind me. There was nowhere else to go. "You don't understand what the tower is," it said, climbing another step. "It's not for watching fires. It's for watching us." Another step, closer, too close. "Then why come up here?" I demanded, voice breaking. "Why climb at all?" It paused, inches below the landing. The smell rolled over me in waves. "Because you're here," it said. "Someone has to make sure you don't forget the rule." The flashlight flickered and died. In the darkness, something brushed my boot. Not a grab, just a touch, deliberate and testing. I screamed and kicked out blindly, my foot connecting with nothing solid. The sound of movement exploded below me, sudden and fast, metal screaming under the weight. I bolted. I don't remember making it back inside. Only slamming the door and throwing my weight against it as something hit from the other side. The impact rattled the frame, but didn't break it. I slid down to the floor, sobbing, as the sounds shifted back to the stairs. Scrape. Clank. It climbed, slower again, patient as ever. I spent the rest of the night pressed against the door, listening to it move beneath me. Circling, climbing, descending, always staying just out of sight. When morning finally came, the sounds stopped. The forest returned to its neutral, indifferent state. Relief arrived just after noon. 2 rangers climbed the stairs in broad daylight, laughing about the heat, complaining about the drive. They found me sitting on the floor, unresponsive, staring at the trapdoor. They didn't see the scratches. They didn't smell anything unusual. When they asked what happened, I told them I couldn't stay. I told them the tower wasn't safe after dark. They exchanged a look I didn't like. As they escorted me down, I glanced back once. At the top of the stairs, framed in the doorway, was a handprint pressed into the wood of the trapdoor. Long fingers. Too many joints. Fresh. The tower creaked as the wind picked up. And somewhere behind me, I heard footsteps, climbing again, steady and sure, as if someone new had already arrived to learn the rule the hard way. My name is Cole Ramirez, and my job is to sit above the forest and watch it breathe. That's the simplest way to explain what I do, and usually it's enough. I work alone in a fire lookout tower, perched on a ridgeline deep in protected land. The kind of place that doesn't show up on tourist maps, and doesn't get cell service even on a good day. From up here, the world spreads out in a slow, living grid. Tree lines, game trails, river bends, clearings where animals move like punctuation marks across the land. I document wildlife movements from above. I log patterns, migration timings, population shifts. I write down what moves, when it moves, and where it goes next. I've been doing this long enough that the forest feels predictable. Not safe, never safe, but understandable. Deer don't wander far from water at dusk. Coyotes circle before they cross open ground. Elk hesitate at clearings until the wind tells them it's clean. Even predators obey rules. That's what makes them survivable. Everything I'm about to describe happened in one night. I know that because my logs, my watch, and the sky all agree on the timing. I also know it because, by the time the sun came up, nothing felt like it belonged to the same world anymore. That evening started like every other shift. I cooked a simple meal, checked my instruments, and updated the previous day's notes. The tower creaked as it cooled, wood contracting with soft pops and sighs. Wind brushed the windows in uneven strokes. Below me, the forest settled into its nighttime rhythm. Birds went quiet. Insects took over. Somewhere to the north, I spotted a small herd of deer, moving downhill toward the creek, their pale bodies easy to track through the binoculars. I logged the time and direction without thinking much about it. By full dark, the moon was high enough to give the canopy a dull silver sheen. I rotated slowly, scanning sector by sector. 2 foxes crossed a logging road. A lone moose stood knee deep in a marshy clearing, not moving much at all. Everything fit the pattern. At 10:15 p.m., the pattern broke. It wasn't sudden at first. That's the part that bothers me the most when I replay it in my head. If something had exploded into chaos, if animals had scattered or bolted, I would have chalked it up to a predator or a distant noise. Instead, things began to slow. The deer I'd been tracking stopped at the edge of the creek. Not paused, stopped. One leg lifted, then frozen in place. I watched through the binoculars, waiting for the next step that didn't come. A second deer turned its head, ears twitching, then held that position like a statue. I lowered the binoculars and scanned wider. The moose in the clearing had gone completely still, its head angled slightly upward now. A group of rabbits near a fallen log weren't darting or feeding. They were crouched low, bodies tense, all facing the same direction, up. At first, I laughed quietly to myself. There's a known phenomenon where animals freeze in response to unfamiliar sounds. I told myself it was probably a low, flying aircraft or distant thunder rolling in from beyond the ridgeline. I checked the weather radio. Nothing. Clear skies, no alerts. I went back to the binoculars. That's when I realized they weren't just looking up randomly. They were looking straight at the tower. I shifted my weight, suddenly aware of how exposed the windows were. From this height, I'm used to being unseen, a dark shape against darker sky. Animals don't usually acknowledge the tower at all. They move beneath it, around it, through it, but never at it. Now dozens of eyes were fixed upward, unblinking, reflecting moonlight in tiny, steady pinpricks. I checked my watch. 10:23 p.m. I wrote a note in the log, my handwriting smaller than usual. Unusual freezing behavior observed across multiple species. All animals oriented toward tower. The words looked clinical on the page, like they belonged to someone else. Minutes passed. No movement. Not a single animal broke posture. Even the insects seemed quieter, their buzzing thinning into something distant and hollow. I became acutely aware of my own breathing, the way it sounded too loud inside the enclosed cabin. At 10:31, I noticed something worse. Birds. Owls usually don't stop moving completely, not unless something bigger is wrong. I spotted 3 perched along the tree line, wings tucked, heads tilted upward at identical angles. Their silhouettes were wrong somehow, too deliberate, as if placed there instead of having landed naturally. I told myself not to panic. I reminded myself that fear is contagious, that humans project patterns where none exist. I forced myself to step away from the window and poured a glass of water, hands steady through habit rather than calm. The water tasted faintly metallic. When I returned to the window, nothing had changed. The forest remained locked in place, a living photograph paused mid-exposure. And then, very slowly, one of the deer lowered its raised hoof and placed it on the ground. Relief surged through me so fast it made me dizzy. I leaned closer, watching carefully. The deer didn't walk away. It didn't flee. It simply stood normally now, weight evenly distributed, head still tilted upward. One by one, other animals adjusted their stances. Tiny movements. Micro-corrections. But none of them broke eye contact. That's when I realized they weren't reacting to the tower itself. They were reacting to something inside it. I took a step back, my boots scraping softly against the wooden floor. Instantly, several heads tilted in unison, tracking the sound with precision that felt far too exact. I froze, heart hammering, and the animals froze with me. I had the irrational urge to turn off the lights, as if darkness would make me disappear. But the cabin was already dim, and I knew light wasn't the issue. Whatever held their attention didn't need illumination. At 10:44 p.m., the radio crackled once. Just a burst of static. I reached for it, desperate for the comfort of another human voice. But before I could speak, the noise stopped. The silence afterward felt heavy, almost pressurized. Below me, hundreds of animals stood waiting. Watching, not afraid, not aggressive. Just focused, like an audience before a performance. I wrote one final line in the log before my hand started to shake too badly to continue. Owl wildlife activity suspended. Subject of attention unknown. I didn't know it yet. But that line would be the last normal thing I wrote all night. I stayed perfectly still for a long time after that. Long enough for my legs to start aching and my lower back to throb with a dull, insistent pain. I didn't dare shift my weight again. The animals below had already proven they'd track the smallest sound, and I didn't want to give them another reason to react. From the corner of my eye, I could see my reflection in the glass, pale and distorted, floating over the dark forest like a ghost trapped between worlds. I tried to reason through it the way I'd been trained. Stress response. Shared environmental stimulus. Some low-frequency vibration maybe, something humans couldn't hear but animals could feel. The problem was that none of those explanations accounted for direction. Fear scatters prey. Curiosity draws them closer. This was neither. This was alignment. At 10:52 p.m., I noticed the first animal move away. A coyote, thin and gray, peeled itself from the tree line and trotted backward into the shadows. It never turned its back on the tower. It retreated slowly, deliberately, eyes never leaving me, until the darkness swallowed it completely. I waited for others to follow, for the spell to break. Nothing else moved. The remaining animals didn't react to the coyote's departure at all. It was like it had never been there. That's when the fear really settled in. Not sharp panic, not adrenaline, but something colder. Something heavy. I realized that whatever was happening wasn't universal. Some animals were choosing to leave. Others were choosing to stay. I wondered, briefly and irrationally, what separated them. I reached for my binoculars again, moving slowly, inch by inch. The motion sent a ripple through the crowd below. Heads adjusted, ears twitched. A line of deer shifted as one, aligning their bodies more directly toward the tower. I stopped moving. The ripple stopped with me. Through the lenses, I picked out details I hadn't noticed before. The animals' eyes weren't wide with fear. Their pupils weren't fully dilated. They weren't in fight or flight. They were attentive, focused in a way I'd only ever seen during feeding or mating behavior. Purposeful. I lowered the binoculars, my hands damp with sweat. At 11:03, the first sound came from below. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even particularly alarming on its own. It was the soft scrape of hooves against dirt, synchronized, like a dozen animals shifting position at the exact same time. Then another sound layered over it. A low, breathy exhale that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, straining to hear. The forest smelled different now, sharp and earthy, like rain on dry soil, even though the air was clear. My stomach twisted with a sudden wave of nausea. "Okay," I whispered, before I could stop myself. The response was immediate. Every head snapped upward another few degrees. Impossibly precise. Eyes now fixed not just on the tower, but on the exact window where I stood. The realization hit me so hard it stole my breath. They could hear me. Not just sound in general. I backed away slowly, heart pounding so loud, I was sure it would give me away. I didn't speak again. I didn't even breathe through my mouth. I moved toward the center of the cabin, away from the windows, until my shoulders brushed the map table. The sense of being watched didn't fade. If anything, it intensified, as if attention could bend around obstacles, as if glass and wood were only suggestions. At 11:14, the animals began to sit. One by one, predators and prey alike lowered themselves to the ground. Deer folded their legs beneath them. Wolves lay down side by side with elk calves. Birds tucked their wings and settled onto branches and rocks, all still facing the tower. It looked ritualistic, organized. Wrong. I'd spent years studying wildlife, learning what behaviors never overlap. This violated all of it. I felt suddenly very small. The radio crackled again, longer this time, a wash of static that rose and fell like breathing. I stared at it, torn between fear and desperation. I needed someone else to know what was happening. I needed a witness. My finger hovered over the transmit button. Before I could press it, the static stopped. The radio went dead, not silent but empty, like it had been unplugged from reality itself. I picked it up, checked the connections, tapped the casing. Nothing. Below me, the animals waited. At 11:27, something new appeared. I didn't notice it at first because my eyes kept sliding past it, refusing to settle. It was only when I forced myself to count the deer again that I realized the numbers didn't add up. There was an extra shape among them, standing where no animal should have been able to approach unnoticed. It was tall. Too tall to be any species native to this area. It stood just beyond the clearing, partially obscured by trees, but I could make out enough to know it wasn't human. It didn't move. It didn't need to. Every animal's attention subtly shifted, no longer centered perfectly on the tower, but angled slightly toward that shape, as if acknowledging a shared focal point. A conductor stepping onto a stage. Cold sweat slid down my spine. I didn't log this part. I couldn't. Writing it down would have made it real in a way I wasn't ready for. The shape raised one long limb, slow and deliberate. The animals responded instantly. Heads bowed, bodies lowered further. Complete submission. And then, impossibly, the shape tilted its head up toward me. I stumbled back, a sharp gasp escaping my throat before I could stop it. Below, the entire forest inhaled as one. That's when I understood something I wish I never had. They weren't staring at me because they were afraid. They were staring because they were waiting. And whatever they were waiting for had just noticed me too. I don't know how long I stood there after that. Time lost its shape. My watch was still on my wrist, still ticking. But the sound blended into everything else, until it meant nothing. I knew better than to look straight at the thing again. Every instinct I had told me that attention mattered, that noticing was a kind of invitation. So I kept my eyes on the floorboards, on the familiar scratches and stains, anything human and small. Below the tower, nothing moved. No wind in the trees. No shifting bodies. No nervous twitches. The forest had become a held breath, and I was trapped inside it. I became aware, slowly, of a pressure behind my eyes. Not pain. Not dizziness. Just the sensation that something was leaning inward, pressing against my awareness the way altitude presses against your lungs. I swallowed and tasted copper. At 11:41 p.m., the pressure eased. Not because whatever was out there had left, but because it had settled. Like a weight being placed carefully onto a surface instead of dropped. I risked another glance through the window. The animals were still lying down, arranged in loose concentric arcs around the clearing. Predators closest to the trees. Prey farther in. None of them touched. None of them looked distressed. If I hadn't known better, it would have looked peaceful. The tall shape was gone. I didn't feel relief. I felt exposure. I backed away from the window again and slid down until I was sitting on the floor, my back against the cabinet that held emergency supplies I suddenly understood were useless. I tried to ground myself, name objects, count breaths, remind myself that I was still here. That's when the footsteps started. They weren't coming up the stairs. I would have known that sound anywhere. These were different, slow, measured. Wood responding to weight that understood exactly how much pressure it could apply without announcing itself. The footsteps circled the cabin. I held my breath, counting them by sound and vibration. 1, 3. They stopped near the north-facing window, the one that overlooked the densest part of the forest. I stared at the wall, unable to make myself turn my head. There was no knock, no scrape. Just a presence on the other side of the glass, close enough that the temperature in the room seemed to drop. I thought about the animals below, about the way they had lowered themselves in unison, about submission, about acknowledgement. "Don't," I whispered, the word barely forming. The glass fogged, not from breath, from contact. A slow bloom of condensation spread across the pane, as if something warm had pressed against it from the outside. I squeezed my eyes shut, my nails biting into my palms, and waited for the inevitable sound of breaking glass. It never came. Instead, the footsteps resumed, retreating this time, moving away from the tower with the same careful restraint they'd approached with. The pressure behind my eyes lifted again, leaving me dizzy and shaking. Minutes passed, maybe more. I didn't move until my muscles screamed for it. When I finally stood, my legs almost gave out beneath me. I checked the windows. No cracks, no marks, just my own pale reflection staring back at me. Below, the animals began to rise, not all at once, slowly, cautiously, like people waking from a shared dream they weren't sure they were allowed to talk about. A deer stood and shook itself. A wolf stretched. Birds took off one by one, their wings sounding too loud in the silence. The forest resumed breathing. I logged the time with numb fingers. 12:06 a.m. wildlife activity resumed. No further anomalies observed. The lie sat on the page, heavy and obvious, but I wrote it anyway. Some part of me believed that recording the truth might invite it back. The rest of the night passed without incident. Or maybe I just didn't notice anything else because I couldn't stop replaying what had already happened. Dawn came slowly, pale light seeping into the cabin like a reluctant apology. When the sun finally cleared the ridgeline, I packed my things. I wasn't scheduled to leave until the following week, but I knew I couldn't stay. I left the logbook on the table, closed and aligned just the way I always kept it. I didn't look back when I locked the trapdoor behind me. The hike down felt wrong. The forest was too normal. Birds called. Insects buzzed. Every sound made me flinch. I kept expecting to feel that pressure again. That sense of being observed from all directions at once. Nothing happened. At the ranger station, they listened politely as I gave my report. Stress, they said. Isolation does things to people. Wildlife behavior can be strange at night. They offered me time off. A reassignment. I took it. I didn't mention the shape. I didn't mention the footsteps. I didn't mention the way the animals had bowed. Weeks later, after I'd turned in my badge and moved back to a place with streetlights and neighbors, I got an email from a colleague still stationed in that sector. Short, casual. "Hey," it read. Weird question. "Did you ever notice animals freezing up and looking at the tower at night?" I didn't reply. I still dream about that night sometimes. About standing in the cabin, surrounded by eyes reflecting moonlight. About the way the forest felt coordinated, unified, like a single organism responding to a signal I couldn't hear. What keeps me awake isn't fear anymore. It's understanding. The animals didn't stop moving because something arrived. They stopped because something passed through. And for one brief night, I was standing directly in its path. My name is Patrick Doyle, and the first thing they tell you when you're assigned to a remote lookout is what you don't have. No grid power, no backup generator, no line running up the mountain. Everything up there is manual. Lanterns, batteries, propane. Radios that work only when the weather feels generous. The isolation isn't a flaw in the system. It is the system. I took the job because I trusted systems. I liked rules, checklists, routines that didn't care about my mood. I liked knowing that if something failed, there was a reason written down somewhere. That kind of thinking works well in a fire tower. You wake up with the sun, scan the horizon, log what you see, eat when you're hungry, sleep when it gets dark. The forest moves around you, not through you. At least, that's how it's supposed to work. Everything that follows happened in one night. And I know that because the lantern on my desk burned out at exactly 20:11 a.m., and I was still sitting in the same chair when dawn came. I never slept. I never even stood up after a certain point. I just watched. The tower I was assigned to sat on a rocky rise, overlooking a wide basin of old-growth forest. No roads cut through it. No campsites. No trailheads within a full day's hike. From the windows, the woods looked untouched, layered in shadow even before nightfall. When darkness settled in, it didn't creep, it dropped. I finished my last scan just after sunset, closed the shutters partway, and lit the lantern. Its glow filled the cabin with warm, uneven light, throwing long shadows across the walls. I wrote my name and the date at the top of the logbook, the pen scratching softly in the quiet. That's when I noticed the first light. It was faint at first, barely more than a suggestion. A small, steady glow deep in the trees directly beneath the tower, far below the ridgeline. I thought it was a reflection. Moonlight on water, maybe. I adjusted my angle, leaned closer to the glass. The glow didn't move. I reached for my binoculars and brought them up slowly, careful not to bump the window. Through the lenses, the light sharpened into something unmistakably artificial. White. Focused. Circular. Like a flashlight beam aimed straight up through the canopy. My stomach tightened. There was no reason for anyone to be down there. No reason at all. The area was restricted. And even if someone had wandered in illegally, there was no path that would have let them reach that spot without hours of hard climbing. And even then, why would they turn a light on and just hold it there? I checked the radio instinctively, even though I already knew what it would say. No traffic, no chatter. Just a soft hiss of static when I turned the dial. The light went out. I exhaled without realizing I'd been holding my breath. Probably someone passing through, I told myself. Probably a reflection after all. The forest plays tricks on you at night. Everyone knows that. I sat back down and returned to my logbook. Less than a minute later, another light came on. Then another. Then 3 more, spaced unevenly across the basin, all beneath the tower, all shining upward through the trees. Different intensities. Different sizes. All steady, none of them moving. I stood up so fast the chair scraped loudly against the floor. The sound echoed in the cabin, too sharp, too intrusive. Below me, the lights didn't react. They didn't flicker. They didn't shift. They just stayed on. My pulse pounded in my ears as I swept the binoculars across the basin. The lights weren't clustered like a campsite. They weren't aligned like a road. They formed a loose pattern that felt intentional without being symmetrical, as if placed rather than discovered. I counted 7. I checked my watch. 9:38 p.m. The tower had no electricity. That didn't stop the lights from turning on beneath me in the woods. I grabbed the radio again and keyed the mic. "Lookout 12 to base," I said, keeping my voice steady through effort alone. "I'm observing multiple unidentified light sources in my sector. Requesting confirmation of authorized activity." The radio crackled. Popped. Then silence. I tried again. Nothing. Below me, an eighth light flared to life. This one was closer. Not much, but enough that I could see it through the naked eye without the binoculars. It cut through the darkness like a blade, bright and clean, aimed straight up at the tower. At me. I stepped back from the window, heart racing, and extinguished the lantern on instinct. The cabin fell into darkness, broken only by the faint glow of moonlight through the shutters. I didn't know why I'd done it. Hiding, maybe. Or testing something. The lights below didn't change. They didn't need me illuminated to know where I was. I felt suddenly exposed, like the tower itself had become transparent. I moved carefully, keeping low, and cracked open the southern shutter, just to look out from a different angle. The lights were still there, unwavering. Then, one by one, they began to blink. Not randomly, not chaotically, in sequence. Left to right, near to far, a slow, deliberate rhythm. Like a signal being sent across distance. My chest tightened with a creeping sense of recognition I couldn't quite place. I'd seen this before. Not in the forest. In training manuals. In archived incident reports no one talked about unless they were already thinking of quitting. Old accounts of lost hikers, following lights they shouldn't have. Reports of coordinated illumination in places with no power infrastructure. Stories written off as misinterpretation, exhaustion, coincidence. I'd always assumed the authors were reaching for meaning, where there was none. Now the meaning felt like it was reaching for me. The blinking stopped. All the lights went dark at once. The forest disappeared into a single, seamless shadow. I waited for relief, for laughter at my own imagination, for anything that would let my shoulders drop. Instead, directly beneath the tower, a new light turned on. It was brighter than all the others combined. And it was coming closer. I watched that light rise through the trees the way you watch an elevator ascend from a basement you didn't know existed. It didn't bob or sway like a flashlight carried by a person walking uneven ground. It moved smoothly, steadily, clearing branches without illuminating them, as if the glow wasn't actually passing through the forest so much as ignoring it. My first thought was distance. My second was scale. If it was closer than the others, then it was far too large to be handheld. I pressed my back against the wall beneath the window, keeping my head just low enough that I could still see the basin through a narrow slit in the shutter. The light continued forward, stopping directly below the tower's base. From this angle, it looked almost circular, like a spotlight aimed straight up. Except there was no beam, no cone of diffusion. Just a defined edge of brightness suspended in the dark. The forest around it stayed unlit. That was when I noticed the smell. Not smoke, not rot. Something electrical, sharp and sterile, like overheated wiring or a breaker box just before it trips. It didn't belong out here. I knew every scent this place produced. Pine sap, damp soil, cold stone. This was none of them. My radio crackled again. I flinched hard enough to knock my elbow against the shelf. Pain shot up my arm, grounding me just enough to stop myself from shouting. The static wasn't random this time. It pulsed, rose and fell in short bursts, almost rhythmic. I lifted the handset slowly. "Base," I said. For a moment, I thought someone was breathing on the other end. Then the sound resolved into something flatter, more uniform. A carrier signal with no voice riding it. Waiting. The light beneath the tower brightened. I lowered the radio without turning it off and set it gently on the desk. My hands were shaking now, fine tremors I couldn't control. I wrapped my fingers together and forced myself to breathe through my nose. This wasn't a rescue. This wasn't a search party. Whatever was down there had no reason to hide and no reason to signal for help. It was announcing itself. At 10:04 p.m., the other lights returned. Not all at once. One here, one there. Each igniting silently in the basin, spaced farther out than before, forming a loose ring around the tower's base. The closer they were, the brighter they appeared. Like proximity increased intensity instead of distance reducing it. I counted again. 12. Then 13. I checked the map pinned to the wall. Even though I knew it by heart, there were no structures below me. No ranger cabins. No abandoned equipment sheds. Nothing that could house a power source. The land had been surveyed, logged, and checked before they ever put the tower up. I had signed off on those reports myself. The light directly beneath the tower began to change. It dimmed slightly, then brightened again, but not uniformly. The edges wavered, deforming as if the circle were being gently pressed from different sides. The shape didn't flicker. It adjusted, corrected itself. I had the disturbing thought that it was calibrating. A sudden sound rolled up from the basin, low and resonant. At first, I thought it was thunder, but the sky was clear and the vibration didn't fade. It held steady, a sub-audible hum that I felt more than heard. The glass in the windows buzzed faintly in response. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't entering me. It was passing through. My knees buckled, and I slid down until I was sitting on the floor again, my back against the desk. The hum intensified, not louder, just closer, as if the distance between us was shrinking without anything actually moving. I squeezed my eyes shut. When I opened them, the lights had changed position. They were no longer scattered across the basin. They had reorganized, drawing closer together, forming lines that converged beneath the tower. From above, it looked like a crude diagram, arrows pointing inward, not pointing at the tower itself, pointing at what the tower stood on, the ground. The realization made my mouth go dry. The tower's foundation wasn't deep, just concrete footings anchored into bedrock. Enough to keep it stable, not enough to withstand anything pushing up from below. The hum stopped. The sudden silence was worse. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the ground beneath the tower lit up. Not the forest floor, through it. A web of faint, branching light traced itself across the earth. Lines appearing where no lines should exist. Cracks, maybe, or something like veins. The glow pulsed once, twice, and I felt it through the soles of my boots. The tower creaked. A slow, deep groan ran up through the supports. The sound of stressed wood and shifting weight. I grabbed the edge of the desk to steady myself as the floor tilted almost imperceptibly. "Stop," I said, the word tearing out of my throat before I could think better of it. The lights froze. Every single one of them held position. Brightness locked, as if the system had been paused mid-operation. The hum didn't return. The glow beneath the ground remained, faint but present. I realized then that the radio was still open. Still waiting. My chest rose and fell in shallow bursts. I didn't move. I didn't speak again. I stared at the dark rectangle of the shutter, convinced that if I looked directly at the lights, something irreversible would happen. Minutes passed. At 10:29 p.m., the lights began to dim, not altogether. One by one, the outermost points faded first, retreating into darkness until only the central glow remained beneath the tower. That too diminished, shrinking inward until it was no brighter than a dying ember. Then it went out. The forest snapped back into existence all at once, shadows returning to their proper places. The smell vanished. The pressure in my head lifted so fast it made me dizzy. I waited for the aftershock, for laughter, for disbelief. Instead, the radio clicked. A single tone sounded, sharp and clean, like a system confirming a completed task. Then the handset went dead. I didn't move for a long time after that. When I finally stood, my legs felt like they didn't belong to me. I approached the window cautiously and looked down into the basin. There were no lights, no marks, no disturbed earth, no lingering glow. If I hadn't known better, I would have believed nothing had happened at all. But deep down, I understood the truth. The lights hadn't been searching for the tower. They had been checking whether it was still empty. And for reasons I couldn't begin to explain, they had decided to leave it that way, for now. I stayed on the floor until my legs stopped shaking enough to trust them. The lantern was still extinguished, and I didn't relight it. I didn't want to introduce any more light into the situation, even after the basin had gone dark. Something in me believed that illumination was a language, and I didn't want to speak it again. The forest below remained ordinary, painfully ordinary. Tree lines returned to their familiar silhouettes. Shadows behaved the way shadows are supposed to. If I hadn't been soaked in sweat and breathing like I'd just run miles uphill, I might have convinced myself it was over, but my ears kept ringing with the memory of that hum. I checked my watch. 10:46 p.m. Barely an hour had passed since the first light appeared. The rest of the night stretched in front of me like a dare. I forced myself to stand and complete a slow circuit of the cabin, checking each wall, each window, each corner. Nothing had changed. No cracks in the glass. No new marks on the floor. The tower hadn't shifted off level. The instruments were still aligned, still calibrated. Everything human was intact. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. I sat back down at the desk and opened the logbook. My pen hovered over the page for a long time before I wrote anything. The official language felt wrong now. Inadequate. Still, Habit 1. Unidentified light phenomena observed in basin. I wrote. Duration approximately 48 minutes. No confirmed source. No visible impact. I stared at the words until they blurred. They read like a lie, even to me. I flipped the page and wrote nothing else. The radio stayed silent for the next few hours. Not even static. It felt unplugged from the world, like the woods themselves had cut the connection. I tried not to think about how deliberately that silence mirrored the moment before the lights appeared. Sometime after midnight, I noticed movement again. Not lights this time. Animals. A deer stepped cautiously into the clearing, head low, ears twitching. It paused, sniffed the air, then took another step. A fox followed, then another deer. Life returned in fragments, hesitant and careful. Like the forest was testing whether it was safe to exist again. None of them looked up. That might have been the worst part. I stayed awake until dawn, afraid that if I slept, I'd miss something important, or worse, that something would happen while I wasn't watching. The sky eventually lightened from black to gray, then to a thin, washed-out blue. When the sun finally crested the ridge, the basin filled with ordinary morning light. It looked harmless. I packed faster than I ever had. I wasn't scheduled to leave until the end of the week, but I knew I wouldn't make it through another night up there. I left food behind, left spare batteries, left the lantern exactly where it was. I took only what I needed to hike down and never come back. Before I closed the trapdoor, I paused and looked out over the forest one last time. Nothing stared back. The hike down felt longer than usual. Every snapped twig made me flinch. Every glint of sunlight through leaves made my pulse spike. I kept scanning the ground, half expecting to see scorch marks or strange patterns etched into the soil. There were none. At the ranger station, my report was met with the same calm professionalism I'd always trusted. They listened. They nodded. They asked about sleep, stress, isolation. One of them suggested atmospheric conditions could cause optical illusions at night, especially in deep basins. I didn't argue. I turned in my keys and signed the paperwork for reassignment. No one tried to stop me. No one asked me to stay. 2 weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I accessed the archived reports for my sector, digging through decades of logs, written by people who'd sat in that same chair and watched that same stretch of forest. I wasn't looking for confirmation. I told myself I was just checking something. It didn't take long. Scattered across years, buried in otherwise routine entries were mentions of lights. Not fires, not headlamps. Stationary illumination, unexplained glow. Transient light sources beneath tower. Always at night, always brief, always dismissed. One report from the 1980s caught my attention. The writer noted a ring formation and mentioned a low vibration felt through the tower floor. The entry ended abruptly, followed by 3 weeks of blank pages. The ranger never returned to duty. There was no explanation attached. Just a note in a different hand. Assignment terminated. I closed the file and shut down the terminal. I don't work in fire towers anymore. I took a job in town, surrounded by streetlights and power lines and noise that never fully stops. I sleep better than I did up there. That's the lie I tell people. The truth is, I can't stand the dark anymore. Sometimes, when I'm driving home late at night, I see lights in the distance where there shouldn't be any. Not headlights. Not houses. Just steady glows far off the road. Deep in places no one's built anything. I don't slow down. I don't look too long. Because now I understand something I didn't before. The tower had no electricity. The forest beneath it didn't need any. Those lights weren't mistakes or malfunctions. They weren't lost hikers or strange reflections. They were indicators, markers. And for one night, standing alone above the basin, I realized the tower wasn't there to watch the forest. It was there to make sure something underneath stayed buried. And if the lights ever come back and don't turn off, it won't be because the tower is occupied. It'll be because it finally isn't. My name is Samuel Reed, and I learned a long time ago that sleeping lightly is the only way to survive nights like this. The lookout was built to amplify silence. Every sound carries farther than it should, as if the structure itself is listening. When the wind moves through the windows, it doesn't whistle. It breathes. When the stairs cool after sunset, they contract with small, patient pops that sound almost deliberate. I've been stationed here, long enough to know the difference between the forest settling and something choosing to move. That's how I know the footsteps circling the tower don't belong to any animal I recognize. I woke just after midnight with that familiar tightness behind my eyes. The kind that comes from a half dream where your body wakes before your thoughts do. The lantern on the desk was still burning low, its glass warm enough to give off a faint metallic smell. Outside, the forest was darker than usual, the moon choked off by a heavy layer of cloud that hadn't been there when I'd gone to sleep. I lay still, listening. At first, there was only the tower, the subtle creak of timber under its own weight, the gentle rattle of the antenna cable, tapping the railing in the breeze. Then, beneath that, something else. A sound so faint it barely qualified as noise. A soft crunch, like dry pine needles being compressed slowly. Carefully, it came from directly below me. Most animals don't walk in circles. Deer pass through. Coyotes drift along the perimeter, restless but purposeful. Even bears move with a blunt efficiency, straight lines and sudden stops. Whatever was down there wasn't traveling. It was orbiting. The sound repeated, a measured step followed by a pause long enough that my breathing had time to sync with it. Crunch. Silence. Crunch again, slightly farther to the right. I sat up on the cot, joints stiff, and pressed my bare feet against the cold floorboards. The lookout smelled wrong. Not rotten, not sharp, just off. Like damp wood mixed with something faintly sour, as if the air itself had been handled too much. I reached for the radio mic on the desk without turning it on. Holding it grounded me. The weight was familiar, the ridged plastic, worn smooth where my thumb rested every night. I told myself this was nothing. A hiker who'd strayed off trail. Someone lost, circling out of confusion. That explanation fit just well enough to be dangerous. The footsteps continued, slow and consistent, always staying just beyond the base of the tower. I leaned forward and peered through the nearest window. My reflection stared back at me, pale and distorted by the glass. Beyond it, the forest was a solid wall of black, trees merging into one continuous shape with no depth, no movement. I clicked on the spotlight. The beam cut downward in a clean cone, illuminating the wooden supports. The ladder rungs, the clearing at the base. Dust motes swirled in the light, drifting lazily as if unconcerned. Nothing else moved. No animal eyes. No shadows retreating. The ground, where I'd heard the footsteps, was empty. I left the light on longer than I should have, sweeping it slowly around the tower's base. The beam caught rocks, roots, a fallen branch bleached pale by weather. Everything looked normal. Too normal. When I shut the light off, the darkness rushed back in, thicker than before. The footsteps resumed almost immediately. This time they were closer together, the circle tightening. I could map the path in my head, tracing the perimeter of the clearing. Whatever it was, it knew exactly where the tower stood. It wasn't searching. It was measuring. I checked my watch, 12:17 a.m. The night was still young, and the idea of enduring hours of this made my throat tighten. I considered calling it in, but what would I say? That I heard something walking. That it didn't feel right. Those reports get written off quickly, filed under nerves and night noise. The steps stopped. The silence that followed was heavier than the sound had been. It pressed against my ears, making the faint internal rush of blood suddenly loud. I waited for the forest to resume its usual chorus. Crickets. Wind. Anything. Nothing came. Then, from directly beneath the trapdoor, there was a soft scraping sound, It wasn't loud enough to be forceful. It was exploratory, like fingers brushing against wood, testing texture. The trapdoor hadn't been used in years, except for maintenance. The ladder beneath it was old but sturdy, bolted deep into the frame. Animals didn't climb it. People could, but didn't usually do so without announcing themselves. I stood, every movement deliberate, and crossed the small room to the center. The trapdoor was closed, its hinges faintly rusted. The scraping came again, followed by a dull thump, as if something had leaned its weight against the ladder. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The ladder creaked, just once. A sound I'd heard countless times during inspections. Familiar. Wrong. A rational part of my mind insisted this was a person. Someone cold, tired, climbing toward the only light for miles. I wanted that to be true. The problem was the rhythm. The pauses between sounds weren't shaped by exhaustion or urgency. They were calculated, almost polite. Another step. Another pause. I backed away until my calves hit the edge of the cot. The air felt thicker, harder to draw in. I could smell the lantern oil more strongly now, mixed with the faint scent of wet soil, drifting up through the seams in the floor. The ladder creaked again, closer. I whispered hello before I realized I was doing it. The word felt fragile in the space, barely louder than a breath. It didn't echo. It didn't seem to reach anything beyond my own ears. There was no answer. Instead, the footsteps began again, no longer circling outside, but moving in a way I couldn't place. A soft shift, a scrape, a pressure change that made my ears pop slightly, like the air had been displaced by something passing close. Then came the sound that finally convinced me. I wasn't dealing with anything I understood. It was a footstep, clear and distinct, placed directly against the outer wall of the lookout, high enough that whatever made it would have had to stand upright to do so. And it stayed there, unmoving, as if waiting for me to acknowledge it. I don't know how long I stood there staring at the wall, listening to that single point of pressure hold steady against the wood. Time behaves differently when you stop measuring it. Seconds stretch thin, then snap back without warning. My body wanted to react, but there was no clear action to take. Open the trapdoor and confront it. Call out again. Retreat to the far corner like distance would matter inside a room this small. None of those felt right. The footstep against the wall didn't scrape or slide. It didn't adjust its balance. Whatever was pressing there was comfortable enough to stay exactly as it was. I focused on details because that's what training teaches you to do when panic starts creeping in. I noted the temperature drop, the way the lantern flame bent slightly toward the trapdoor, as if the air pressure below it had shifted. The smell changed again, less oil now. More earth, like rain-soaked leaves, even though the forecast had been clear. I forced myself to move. Slowly. I took a step closer to the center of the room. The floorboard creaked under my weight, sharp and loud in the silence. The pressure against the wall eased just a fraction, not retreating, just acknowledging the sound. That response sent a cold pulse through my chest. Animals react. People react. This felt like something registering data. I stopped moving. Minutes passed. My legs began to tremble from the effort of standing still. Sweat gathered at the base of my spine despite the chill. Outside, the forest remained unnaturally quiet, as if every living thing had collectively decided to hold its breath. Then, the footstep lifted away from the wall. The sound was subtle but unmistakable. A release of pressure. A soft shift. I waited for it to drop back to the ground, to hear it land. But instead the sound came again, slightly higher, followed by another careful placement. Whatever was out there wasn't descending. It was moving laterally, circling the upper portion of the tower. That shouldn't have been possible. I crossed to the window again, heart hammering hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I didn't turn on the spotlight this time. Light felt like an invitation. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass and strained my eyes, trying to separate shadow from shadow. Nothing. But the sound continued, slow and deliberate, making its way around the tower, just below the windowsill. Each step landed with just enough force to be audible, as if whoever or whatever it was wanted me to hear, but not see. A faint tapping followed, light and rhythmic, coming from the glass itself. Not knocking. Tapping. Fingertips, maybe. Testing the surface, the way you might tap on ice to check its thickness. The glass vibrated slightly with each contact, sending tiny tremors through the frame. I backed away again, my mind racing through every possibility it could reach for. Some kind of equipment. A rope. A prank so elaborate it bordered on impossible. Each explanation collapsed under its own weight, as quickly as it formed. The tapping moved to the next window, then the next, tracing a slow circuit around the room. I turned in place to follow it, feeling like the center of a clock, while the hands moved around me. My ears started to ring a high, pitched tone that made it harder to focus. When the tapping stopped, it was replaced by something worse. Breathing. Not loud. Not labored. Just the steady inhale and exhale of lungs doing exactly what they were meant to do. It came from outside, close enough that the glass fogged slightly with each breath. A faint oval appearing and fading in the darkness. I clenched my fists until my nails dug into my palms. I wanted to scream, to break the fragile stillness, but instinct warned me against it. Whatever was out there was patient. It had taken its time getting here. It wasn't going to rush now. The radio crackled suddenly, the sound exploding in the quiet room. I nearly dropped it when my hand jerked involuntarily. Static filled the speaker, thick and uneven. I hadn't touched the transmit button. Read. My name came through distorted, stretched, as if dragged across gravel. I stared at the radio in disbelief, my mouth dry. This channel wasn't monitored overnight unless there was an emergency. I hadn't reported anything. No one should have been calling me. I brought the mic closer, hesitating, just long enough to feel foolish for it. "This is Reed," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "Go ahead." The static surged, then settled into a low hiss. No response followed. I waited, counting my breaths, listening to faint sound of breathing still lingering outside the window. "Reed." The voice came again. Closer this time, clearer, but wrong in a way I couldn't immediately articulate. "You don't need to stay awake." My stomach dropped. The voice was mine. Not an impression. Not similar. It matched my cadence, my slight hesitation before certain words. Even the faint rasp I'd developed after weeks of dry mountain air was there. "I'm awake," I said, forcing the words out. "Identify yourself." The breathing outside stopped. The radio went silent. For a brief, terrible moment, I thought it was over. That whatever game was being played had ended. The forest remained quiet, the tower still. Relief crept in, thin and dangerous. Then the trapdoor latch clicked. I hadn't locked it. I never did. There was never a reason. The sound was soft but definitive. Metal meeting metal. I stared down at it, every nerve in my body screaming at me to move, to do something. The ladder creaked again, this time unmistakably closer than before. The sound carried a new quality now, a slight drag, as if whatever was climbing didn't move the way it should. Step. Pause. Step. The smell intensified, wet earth and something faintly chemical, like old batteries left too long in a drawer. My ears popped again, pressure shifting in the small space. The lantern flame bent sharply toward the trapdoor, flickering violently. I raised my flashlight and aimed it at the door, my hand shaking. The wood vibrated slightly, responding to movement below. I could picture it too clearly. Hands on rungs. A body aligning itself with the ladder. Waiting. The ladder stopped creaking. Something was directly beneath the trapdoor now. From below a voice drifted up, quiet and measured. "Samuel," it said, pronouncing my name perfectly. "You can rest. I'll take over the watch." The latch began to turn. The latch stopped turning halfway through, as if whoever held it had reconsidered, or was waiting for me to say something. I didn't. My mouth felt glued shut, my tongue thick and useless. The lantern hissed softly, its flame wavering, throwing shadows that bent and stretched across the walls in ways that made the room feel taller, narrower, unfamiliar. I tightened my grip on the flashlight until my hand ached. The light trembled across the trapdoor, illuminating the scratches and old stains I'd never paid attention to before. I tried to listen past my own breathing, to catch any sound from below, but there was nothing. No footsteps. No rustle of clothing. Just the quiet pressure of something being there. Then the latch eased back to its original position. I exhaled without realizing I'd been holding my breath. The sound seemed impossibly loud. For a moment, I wondered if I'd imagined the entire thing. The voice, the radio, the footsteps. Sleep deprivation can do strange things, especially in isolation. I wanted that explanation badly enough that it almost took root. Almost. The ladder creaked again. But this time the sound moved downward. Slow, careful steps retreating rung by rung. The pressure in my ears eased slightly. The lantern flame steadied. I stayed frozen, watching the trapdoor, until the creaking faded into the lower supports, and finally stopped altogether. I waited longer than felt reasonable. Minutes passed, maybe more. My legs burned from standing rigid for so long, but I didn't dare sit. Outside, the forest began to breathe again. A single insect chirped hesitantly, then another answered. Somewhere far off, wind moved through the canopy. A low, distant sigh. I crossed to the window and looked out again. The darkness hadn't lifted, but it felt thinner now, less intentional. I clicked on the spotlight one last time and swept it around the base of the tower. The clearing was empty. No footprints. No disturbed earth. The ground looked untouched, as if nothing had been there at all. That scared me more than if I'd seen tracks. I turned the light off and sat down on the cot, exhaustion crashing over me all at once. My hands shook as I set the flashlight beside me. The radio remained silent, its surface cool and inuit. I considered calling in anyway, reporting something vague, something safe. Strange noises. Possible trespasser. But the words wouldn't line up in my head in a way that felt honest. So I stayed quiet. The rest of the night passed in fragments. I dozed sitting upright, waking at every small sound. Each time, the lookout was the same. No footsteps. No tapping. No voice. The smell slowly returned to normal oil and dry wood and faint dust. The pressure changes stopped. The silence became ordinary again. When the sky finally began to lighten, it wasn't sudden. just a gradual thinning of black into deep blue, then gray. The forest emerged in layers, trees separating themselves from one another as depth returned. Birds began calling with cautious confidence, their voices tentative at first, then louder. I stood and stretched, joints stiff, and walked to the trapdoor. I stared at it for a long time before kneeling and pressing my ear to the wood. Nothing. No sound from below. I slid the latch open myself, the metal clicking softly, and lifted the door just enough to let light spill down the ladder. The lower levels were empty. I descended slowly, checking each rung, each platform, my senses stretched tight. The air down there smelled normal. Old wood. Rust. Nothing else. When I reached the bottom and stepped into the clearing, the morning light revealed what the spotlight hadn't. There were marks in the dirt after all. Not footprints in any pattern I recognized. Just shallow depressions, unevenly spaced, circling the tower once before fading into nothing. No clear toe. No heel. As if something had pressed down without fully committing its weight. I stood there for a long time, staring at them, until the sun crested the ridge and warmth touched my face. Eventually, I went back inside and logged the night the way I always did. Time, weather, visibility, no incidents. That was the lie I chose. I finished my shift that afternoon. When the relief crew arrived, I didn't mention anything unusual. I packed my gear and climbed down without looking back. As I drove away, the tower shrank in my rearview mirror, standing alone against the trees, quiet and unassuming. I haven't slept in a lookout since. Even now, years later, I still wake some nights just before midnight, heart racing, ears straining for a sound that doesn't belong. I remind myself where I am. I listen to the normal noises of a normal house. But sometimes, in the space between breaths, I swear I can hear careful footsteps measuring the perimeter, waiting patiently for their turn to take over the watch. My name is Lucas Monroe, and the first thing they tell you about working alone in a lookout is that radios have moods. That's how they put it. Moods. As if a piece of equipment could decide when to cooperate. I believed that explanation for the first 2 weeks because it was easier than the alternative. Static, dead zones, weather interference. Those were all familiar problems. They came and went without pattern, and none of them felt personal. This one did. The radio only works at midnight. Not a minute after. And every transmission ends with my name spoken in my own voice. I noticed the timing first. The nights up here are long and quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you acutely aware of your own body, your breathing, your pulse. The faint hiss in your ears when there's nothing else to listen to. I keep the radio on low during my shifts, more out of habit than expectation. Most nights, it gives me nothing but a thin wash of static that blends into the background like wind through distant trees. At exactly 1200 a.m., the static clears. The first time it happened, I thought it was a coincidence. I was sitting at the desk, filling out a weather log by lantern light, when the noise shifted. Not abruptly. It thinned like fog lifting. A clean channel opened, so quiet it almost felt louder than the static had been. I checked my watch. Midnight. A few seconds later, a voice came through. It wasn't loud. It didn't crackle or distort the way you'd expect from a transmission bouncing through terrain like this. It sounded close. Calm. Professional. A dispatcher's voice, maybe, or someone trained to speak clearly over radio. They said a call sign I didn't recognize. followed by a brief pause. Then they read out a string of numbers. Coordinates, I assumed. There was nothing unusual about the content itself. What stood out was the silence behind the words. No background noise. No hum of another room. Just the voice floating alone. The transmission ended with 2 words. Lucas Monroe, spoken in my voice. I sat there staring at the radio, waiting for my brain to catch up with what my ears had just processed. My first thought was that I'd somehow spoken without realizing it. That exhaustion had made me forget pressing the transmit button. I checked. The mic was still on its hook. The indicator light hadn't moved. I tried responding, identified myself, asked for clarification. My voice sounded thin and small in the room, swallowed almost immediately by the walls. The radio answered with static again, thick and unbroken, like nothing had happened. I laughed then. A short, sharp sound that surprised me with how forced it felt. Sleep deprivation. That was the answer. I wrote it off and went back to my log, though I didn't remember finishing the sentence I'd started. The second night, it happened again. Same time. Same clearing of static. A different voice this time. Slower. They described weather conditions that didn't match anything outside my window. Wind from the wrong direction. A pressure system that didn't exist on my charts. It felt like listening to a report from somewhere else entirely. Again, it ended with my name. Again, in my voice. I didn't laugh the second time. I muted the radio and left it that way until morning. The silence pressing in so hard, it made my teeth ache. When daylight came, the world looked normal enough to make me feel foolish. Trees standing where they should. No strange lights. No footprints around the base of the tower. The radio worked fine during the day, transmitting and receiving without issue, as if midnight had never happened. I told no one. By the third night, I was waiting for it. I sat with the lantern turned low, and the radio volume just high enough to hear. The tower smelled like warm dust and oil, the familiar scent of equipment that's been running too long. Outside, the forest was unusually still. No wind, no insects. The kind of quiet that makes you aware are from everything else. At 11:59, the static grew uneven, pulsing faintly like a distant engine. My watch ticked over to midnight, and the channel opened. This voice knew things. It talked about the inside of the lookout. Mentioned the cracked pane in the north-facing window. The way the third step from the top creaked when you put your weight on it. It described the view from the catwalk as if it were standing there, noting a fallen tree I hadn't logged yet because it was just beyond the range of my binoculars. My skin prickled with cold despite the heat from the lantern. I didn't respond. I didn't move. I just listened. The voice paused occasionally, as if waiting for confirmation, then continued without it. When it finished, there was a brief stretch of silence long enough for me to hope, stupidly, that maybe this time it wouldn't say it. Lucas Monroe, it said. Softly, my voice. Perfectly matched. Even the slight hesitation before the last name. The radio cut back to static immediately afterward. I stood up so fast the chair scraped loudly across the floor. The sound felt violent in the stillness. I paced the small room, trying to burn off the adrenaline buzzing under my skin. My ears felt full, like they do after a rapid change in elevation. The pressure didn't fade when I swallowed. I turned the radio off completely that night. Pulled the power just to be sure. I sat in the dark with only the lantern and the sound of my own breathing to keep me company. Midnight came and went without incident. That should have been a relief. It wasn't, because even with the radio dead, I could still hear something faint beneath the silence. A low, rhythmic pulse that felt less like sound and more like expectation. As if something was waiting for me to turn it back on. I didn't sleep. At 12:07, the radio powered itself on. The indicator light glowed softly, steady and green. The static was already gone. The channel was open. No one spoke right away. I approached it slowly, every sense stretched tight. The air felt heavier near the desk, as if the space around the radio resisted movement. Just slightly more than the rest of the room. I could smell something new beneath the oil and dust. Ozone, maybe. Or the sharp, clean scent you notice after lightning strikes nearby. When the voice finally came through, it wasn't reporting weather or coordinates. It was describing what I was doing. Standing, it said. Listening. You're trying not to breathe too loud. My mouth went dry. I became painfully aware of every inhale, every exhale. Suddenly convinced they were too noticeable. The voice continued, calm and observant, narrating small details I hadn't realized were habits. The way I shifted my weight when I was nervous. How my left hand always curled slightly when I was thinking. I backed away from the desk. The voice paused. Then, very carefully, it said my name again. Not as a sign-off this time. As a prompt. I didn't answer it. The radio waited. No static, no hum. Just an open channel so clean it felt artificial, like the absence of sound you notice in a sealed room. My own breathing sounded intrusive, an unwanted signal bleeding into a frequency that didn't belong to me anymore. I stepped back until my shoulder blades touched the wall. The wood was cool through my shirt, damp with the night air. The lantern flame dipped slightly, then steadied. Outside, the forest remained locked in that unnatural stillness, as if the entire mountain was listening along with me. The voice didn't repeat itself. It didn't push. That restraint unsettled me, more than any threat could have. Whatever was on the other end understood patience. It understood timing. I reached out and lowered the radio volume until it was barely audible. The voice continued anyway, unbothered by the adjustment, its level unchanged, as if the controls no longer applied. Your heart rate's up, it said. That always happens when you feel cornered. I shook my head slowly, a useless gesture in an empty room. This isn't funny, I said, though I didn't know who I was speaking to. If this is a test or a relay glitch, you need to identify yourself. There was a pause. Not the brief, artificial delay of radio transmission, but a thoughtful silence. I could almost picture someone considering how to respond. Identification isn't the point, the voice said. Recognition is. My name followed again, quieter this time, spoken with something close to familiarity. Not mockery, not menace, just certainty. The pressure in my ears intensified. A dull ache spreading behind my eyes. I swallowed hard and tasted metal. I hadn't realized how tense my jaw was until it started to tremble. I unplugged the radio. The lantern flickered, dimming for a fraction of a second before returning to normal. The radio's indicator light stayed on. I stared at it, my pulse roaring in my ears. The power cord lay limp on the floor, clearly disconnected. The radio continued to glow, the open channel still bleeding silence into the room. You don't need that, the voice said. You never did. I backed away again, nearly tripping over the cot. My foot hit the frame with a dull thud that echoed louder than it should have. The voice stopped mid-sentence, as if distracted by the sound. "That's new," it said after a moment. "You don't usually move that abruptly." My stomach tightened. I wrapped my arms around myself, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt. There was nowhere in the lookout that wasn't visible from the desk. No corner out of range. No door too close between us. I forced myself to think logically. Radios can malfunction. Feedback loops happen. Interference can pick up stray signals, even recordings. If my voice was being played back to me, it had to have come from somewhere. Training tapes, old logs, anything, but that didn't explain how it knew what I was doing now. I checked my watch. 12:26 a.m. midnight had passed. But the radio hadn't shut itself off the way it always did. The rule had been consistent until tonight. That realization settled heavy in my chest. "You're outside your window," I said suddenly, testing a theory. On the catwalk, there was no sound of movement, no footstep, no shift in air. "No," the voice replied. "I'm where I need to be." The way it said it made my skin crawl. Not evasive, just factual. I crossed to the window, keeping my eyes on the radio, as if it might move when I wasn't looking. The glass was cold under my fingertips. I leaned forward and peered out into the darkness. The catwalk was empty. The railing cut a familiar line against the night sky. Beyond it, the forest stretched out in layered shadow, treetops barely visible against the cloud cover. There were no lights, no reflections, nothing that suggested another presence. Behind me, the radio spoke again. "You don't see well in low light," it said. "You never have. You rely on equipment too much." I turned slowly. The lantern's glow felt insufficient now. The room larger and more hollow than it had earlier in the night. The radio sat exactly where it always had, unremarkable except for the steady light and the impossible voice flowing from it. "What do you want?" I asked. Another pause. Longer this time. "To keep things running," it said. "You're tired. You miss things when you're tired." "I'm fine," I snapped, louder than I intended. The sound bounced back at me, thin and sharp. "This is my post." "Yes," the voice agreed. "For now." The implication hung in the air, heavy and deliberate. My chest tightened until each breath felt like work. I rubbed my hands together, grounding myself in the sensation, the dry rasp of skin on skin. I remembered something then, a detail I'd dismissed as irrelevant when I first arrived. The outgoing logs from the previous lookout had been sparse. No notes. No complaints. Just routine entries, precise and unemotional. Too clean for someone who'd spent months alone. I'd assumed professionalism. "Where is he?" I asked quietly. The radio crackled for the first time since midnight, a brief burst of static that sounded almost like surprise. "Who?" the voice asked. "The last one," I said. "The person who worked this tower before me." Silence. Real silence this time. Heavy enough that I could hear the faint ringing in my ears again. The lantern flame steadied, casting sharp shadows that refused to settle. Finally, the voice spoke. "He stopped responding," it said. "That happens." My throat tightened. "Stopped responding to what?" "To the signal," the voice replied. "To the name." The pressure in my ears spiked suddenly, sharp enough to make me wince. I staggered, catching myself on the desk. The radio's light seemed brighter now, the glow reflecting off the metal casing in a way that hurt to look at directly. "You hear it too," the voice continued, "even when I'm quiet. That pull, that expectation, it's easier if you don't fight it." I shook my head, backing away again. "You're not real," I said, though the words felt flimsy even as I spoke them. "You're a malfunction. A loop." "If that helps," the voice said gently. Outside, something shifted in the forest. Not a step. Not movement. Just a subtle change in the density of the darkness, like a shadow adjusting its weight. I turned back to the window instinctively, heart racing. When I looked again, the radio's voice followed me, steady and close, as if distance no longer applied. "You should answer when I say your name," it said. That's how the handoff works. My name came through the speaker again, clear and deliberate. This time it wasn't spoken in my voice. It was spoken the way I sound when I'm half asleep, when my thoughts haven't caught up with my body yet. And somewhere beneath the fear, beneath the confusion, I felt something else begin to surface: recognition. I didn't realize I was nodding until my neck tightened from the strain of holding my head halfway down. The moment scared me more than the voice ever had. Not because I was agreeing with it, but because my body had started doing things before my thoughts caught up. The room felt softer around the edges, like the sharpness had been sanded down. The lantern's light no longer stabbed at my eyes. The pressure in my ears faded into a dull background sensation, easy to ignore. The radio stayed quiet. That silence felt deliberate, like it was giving me space. Time to settle. Time to drift. I forced myself to straighten, rolling my shoulders, taking a deep breath that tasted faintly of dust and warm metal. My heart was still racing, but it no longer felt urgent. Just present. I told myself this was exhaustion. The kind that sneaks up on you in the early hours, when your body decides rest is no longer optional. I checked my watch. 1:41 a.m. The radio was still on. That should have bothered me more than it did. I moved to the window again, slower this time, careful not to make sudden sounds. The forest had changed. Not visibly, not in any way I could point to, but the darkness no longer felt empty. It felt occupied. Not by something moving, but by something settled. The way a room feels different when someone else is sitting quietly in it. Behind me, the radio clicked softly. No static, no announcement. Just a gentle sound, like a throat being cleared. "You don't have to stand," the voice said. "You always prefer sitting when you think." I glanced at the cot before I could stop myself. That was true. I didn't like pacing when I needed to focus. I sat, I folded inward. I'd done it my entire life without realizing it was a pattern. I stayed where I was. The voice continued, unhurried. "You've been compensating all night. Fighting instinct. That takes energy." "I'm not handing anything over," I said. My voice sounded distant to my own ears, like it had to travel farther than usual to reach me. "I know," the voice replied. "You don't think of it that way." I turned back to the desk. The radio looked ordinary again. Just a tool. A piece of equipment, doing what it was designed to do. The glow of the indicator light felt less harsh now, almost comforting in its consistency. "What happens if I don't answer?" I asked. The pause that followed was different from the others. Longer. Heavier. The lantern flickered once, then steadied. "Nothing dramatic," the voice said. "Things degrade. Signals weaken. Coverage suffers." "That's not an answer," I said. "It's the honest one." My mouth felt dry. I swallowed and tasted that faint metallic tang again. The forest outside remained still, but I could hear it now in layers. Wind moving high above the canopy. Something small shifting near the ground. Normal sounds returning, one by one, as if the night was waking back up. "Why my voice?" I asked quietly. The radio crackled, not with static, but with something like hesitation. "Because you trust it," the voice said. "You always have." That landed harder than anything else it had said. I thought about all the times I'd talked myself through long drives, late nights, difficult decisions. The way my own voice had always been the thing I relied on when there was no one else around. I sat down on the cot. The mattress creaked softly under my weight. The room seemed to settle with me, the tension easing like a held breath finally released. My eyelids felt heavy now, the H behind my eyes deepening into something dull and inviting. The radio spoke again, softer. "You don't even need to sleep," it said. "Just rest. I can keep listening." I shook my head, but the motion felt slow, disconnected. "That's my job." "Yes," the voice agreed. "That's why it works." I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, hands hanging loosely between them. The position felt familiar, grounding. My breathing evened out without me telling it to. Somewhere in the back of my mind, a warning flared. Faint. Easy to dismiss. I tried to hold on to it, to examine it. But my thoughts slid past it like water over smooth stone. "I don't remember agreeing to this," I said. "You don't remember disagreeing either," the voice replied. The sky outside the window had begun to change. Not dawn yet, but the black had softened into a deep, grainy blue. The kind of light that makes everything feel unfinished, suspended between states. I realized then that the radio hadn't said my name in a while. That absence felt wrong. "Say it," I said suddenly, the words slipping out before I'd fully decided to speak. "Say my name." The radio was silent. For a moment, panic flared, sharp and bright. I sat up straighter, my heart stuttering. The lantern hissed softly, the flame bending toward the desk. "Lucas Monroe," the voice said. It sounded exactly right. Relief washed over me before I could question it. My shoulders slumped, tension draining away. The pressure in my ears vanished completely, leaving a hollow calm in its place. "There," the voice said gently. "See." I closed my eyes. Just for a second, I told myself. Just to rest them. The darkness behind my eyelids felt thick and warm, like a blanket being pulled up around my thoughts. When I opened them again, the room looked the same. But something was off. The lantern was brighter than I remembered. The radio quieter. The sense of urgency that had been buzzing under my skin all night was gone, replaced by a steady, neutral focus. The kind you have after a good nap, when your thoughts line up neatly instead of tripping over each other. I checked my watch. 3:58 a.m. I didn't remember the last 2 hours. The radio clicked. "Good," the voice said. "You're back." A chill ran through me, slow and belated. I stood up too quickly, the room swaying slightly. "What do you mean?" "Back. You drifted," the voice replied. "It happens the first time." "The first time," I repeated. The radio didn't answer immediately. Outside, the horizon had begun to lighten, a thin gray line cutting through the trees. "You stayed responsive?" the voice said finally. "That's what matters." I stared at the radio, at the familiar shape of it. The worn edges, the smudges I'd cleaned 100 times. My reflection stared back at me from the dark glass of the window, eyes ringed with exhaustion, expression unreadable. I reached for the mic. My hand paused inches away. The radio spoke before I could decide. "Lucas Monroe?" it said, calm and expectant. I don't remember answering. When the relief crew arrived that morning, they said I looked well rested. Alert, my logs were immaculate. Every transmission accounted for, no gaps, no anomalies. The radio worked perfectly. I still hear it sometimes, even now, in the quiet moments just before sleep. Not words, not static, just a clean, open channel, waiting for me to say my name back. My name is Nathan Cross, and I learned early that the most dangerous fires are the ones that hesitate. I learned it the way they teach you in training, through slides and grainy footage and calm voices, explaining wind shear and humidity drops. But nothing in the manuals prepares you for watching a glow decide what it wants to be. Nothing prepares you for a fire that seems to think. The tower sat on a bare knob of granite, high enough that the trees fell away into a black bowl on all sides. By midnight the air had gone thin and tight, like it was holding itself together with effort. The radio was quiet except for a low hiss. No traffic, no lightning cells, no wind to speak of. The kind at night where sound carries so well you start hearing your own movements as intrusions. I logged the usual checks with a pencil that felt too loud against the paper, then leaned into the binoculars and let my eyes adjust. At first it looked like a trick of fatigue, a smudge where the dark wasn't uniform. A faint ember tone in the distance, barely brighter than the stars. I held my breath and waited for it to resolve. Fires don't appear fully formed. They announce themselves. A pulse, then another, as if something under the trees is testing the air. I marked the bearing and elevation, counted seconds between pulses, and reached for the phone. The glow stopped. It didn't fade the way a dying campfire does, collapsing inward until it's only memory. It cut out cleanly, like a switch. The forest returned to being a single, heavy shape. I kept the binoculars up longer than I should have, muscles burning, because I didn't trust what my eyes were telling me. When the glow came back, it was 10 degrees to the left. That got my attention in a way the training never mentions. Fires don't relocate like that. Wind can push flame fronts, yes, but not without leaving a smear of light in between. This was discreet. On, off, on again. Like a signal lamp practicing a code it wasn't sure it remembered. I reported it anyway, my voice sounding too flat in the receiver. Dispatch asked for confirmation, weather size. I gave them what I had and what I didn't. Then the glow blinked out again. The smell reached me a minute later, thin and clean and wrong. Not the heavy sweetness of burning pitch. Not the bitter chemical bite of a lightning strike. This was dry and papery, like old books. It slid into the tower and sat on the back of my tongue. I opened the windows wider, even though the night pressed back as if offended, and kept watching. When it returned, there were 2 points this time, separated by a dark wedge of timber. They brightened together, dimmed together, then held steady. I took a bearing on each and sketched them on the map. My pencil paused because the alignment made a shape I didn't like. A straightness that didn't belong to anything natural. I told myself straight lines happen when you're tired. I told myself a lot of things while the glow shut off and reappeared again. Farther apart now, stretching the line. I stood up from the desk and paced the narrow floor. The tower creaked softly, the sound of old wood responding to temperature, to weight, to time. Below me the forest breathed in a way you only notice when nothing else is happening. I wiped my palms on my pants and leaned back into the glass. The glow came back in 3 points, then 4, then 5, each one lighting in sequence from left to right. It spelled something, slowly enough that I could argue with myself between letters. I watched the gaps, the spacing. I watched the way the light didn't flicker, didn't dance, didn't throw sparks. It was too controlled. It wasn't a word yet, just strokes. I lifted the phone and set it down again. If I called this in and was wrong, I'd be the joke that made the rounds at briefing. If I didn't and was right, I'd be worse. The sequence stopped halfway through, the lights going dark all at once. The silence that followed felt heavier than before, like the night had leaned in closer to see what I would do. My ears rang with the absence of sound. I realized I'd been counting my breaths. I stopped. The radio crackled, startling me hard enough that my shoulder hit the window frame. Dispatch asked for an update. I told them the lights were intermittent, pattern unclear. I heard myself say, possible controlled burn, and felt the lie settle between my teeth. There was no permit for anything in that drainage. There were no crews scheduled. The roads were closed. The night had teeth. When the lights came back, they finished the word. I won't write it yet, because I don't trust memory when it's fed by fear. I wrote it down in my log exactly as I saw it. Block letters formed by the absence of trees, by the careful ignition of what shouldn't be burning at all. The glow held long enough for me to trace each letter with my finger against the glass. Then it went out. I waited for the aftermath. The spread. The chaos that follows any ignition, controlled or not. It didn't come. There was no wind shift, no flare up. The smell thinned and drifted away. The forest went back to being a single, dark thing that kept its secrets. I stood there until my legs shook, until the tower and I were breathing in sync again. Somewhere down there, something had started a fire, stopped it, and used it like a pen. I told myself there had to be a rational explanation. A prank with flares. A reflection. Fatigue. I told myself the training would catch up to this moment eventually and explain it in a voice that didn't care about how my skin felt too tight. I sat back down and wrote everything I could remember, because that's what you do when the night refuses to move on. I kept the binoculars close. I kept the phone closer. Outside, the forest waited unlit and patient, as if it had said what it needed to say, and was content to watch me try to understand it before the morning came. I didn't move for a long time after the lights went out. Not because I was frozen, exactly, but because any movement felt like permission. The tower had settled into a deeper quiet, the kind that presses on your ears until you start noticing your pulse. I kept my eyes on the dark bowl of forest, half expecting the glow to come back immediately, to correct something I'd misunderstood. It didn't. The logbook page stared up at me, the word I'd written there looking smaller, and less certain now that it wasn't burning itself into the trees. Pencil marks are fragile things. They don't hum. They don't throw light. I underlined it once, then crossed the underline out. My hand was steady, which bothered me more than if it hadn't been. I called dispatch again and gave them bearings, timing, sequence. I left the word out. There was a pause on the line. The kind that tells you someone is writing something down and deciding how to phrase the next sentence. They told me to continue observation and report any change. I resumed the routine, because routine gives you something to lean on. Checked humidity. Checked temperature. Logged the absence of wind. The instruments didn't care about what I'd seen. They ticked along, obedient and dull. Outside, The smell returned in a whisper, thinner than before, like someone turning a page somewhere below me. I leaned out the window and let the night air scrape my lungs. No visible smoke column. No glow. Just a suggestion of warmth that didn't belong to the hour. The first new light appeared closer than the others had been. Low on the slope where the trees crowd together. It came on weakly, like a match struggling against damp, then strengthened into a steady point. I swung the binoculars down and felt my stomach tighten. This one wasn't careful. It bled into the branches around it, staining needles and bark a dirty orange. That was familiar, at least. That was fire behaving like fire. Then it went out. Not smothered. Not dwindled. Gone. I counted to 10. I counted to 20. The forest swallowed the absence without comment. When the light came back, it was in the same place but dimmer, as if whatever had fed it before was now rationing. I said its bearing out loud to anchor myself, the words sounding too big in the tower. I said the time. I said nothing else. More lights joined it. Not in a line this time, but in a loose curve that traced the contour of the land. They blinked on together, held, then went dark in the same instant. The pattern repeated, the timing too precise to be accidental. I watched the curve shift incrementally uphill, like something testing a boundary. My skin prickled with the sense of being measured. I picked up the phone and reported multiple ignitions. Closer range, no spread. Dispatch asked me to confirm there was no lightning activity. I told them I'd been watching the sky since dusk. They asked about vehicles, headlamps, camps. I swept the area with the naked eye, then with glass. Nothing moved. The roads below were empty ribbons of black. No campfire flicker. No human rhythm to the light. The pressure in my ears changed, a subtle thing that made me swallow hard. The smell thickened for a moment, enough that I tasted it. Paper and sap and something metallic underneath. I thought about controlled burns and drip torches and crews working in silence, and how none of that made sense at this hour, in this place. I thought about the word in my law book and tried not to. The lights rearranged themselves. One by one, they snapped on and off, not forming letters this time, but marks that suggested them. A corner, a crossbar, a space where nothing burned at all. I felt an urge to look away that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with not wanting to finish a thought. I resisted it. I traced the shapes again, slower, forcing myself to describe instead of interpret. Lines, gaps, timing, something below cracked. A sharp report that echoed up the slope. A branch, probably stressed by heat it couldn't dissipate. The sound carried too clearly, bouncing between trunks, climbing the mountain like a question. The lights went dark as if they'd been listening. The forest held still. I realized my jaw hurt from clenching it. I stepped back from the windows and sat on the edge of the bunk, hands flat on my thighs. The tower smelled of old wood and oil and me. My heartbeat had found my throat. I focused on the small, human details that prove you're still in a place that follows rules. The click of the thermostat. The faint rattle of the antenna in the cooling air. The steady tick of the clock that hadn't missed a second all season. When I stood again, the lights were back, farther downslope, spread wider than before. They didn't blink this time. They held, long enough that the trees around them began to glow, with reflected light. Smoke gathered low, hugging the ground, never rising into a column. The absence of wind turned it into a sheet, sliding between trunks like a held breath. I could see the word now without wanting to. I could see how it was being corrected, adjusted as if someone didn't like the kerning. I whispered the letters under my breath and hated myself for it. The sound of my own voice felt like a mistake. The lights responded by going out one by one, not in sequence but in pairs, leaving 2 points burning stubbornly at either end of the shape. They held there, bookends to a thing that wasn't written anymore, then winked out together. The smell dissipated again, leaving the night too clean. I waited for the crackle of a spread that never came. I waited for sirens that couldn't reach me in time anyway. The radio stayed quiet. The clock ticked. Somewhere below, something that understood fire better than I ever would had made its point and erased it. I wrote until my hand cramped, careful to keep my descriptions narrow and factual. I avoided the word as if it might notice. Outside, the forest resumed its breathing, the pressure easing just enough that I realized how tight I'd been wounded. The night stretched on, unbroken, and I knew with a certainty that it had nothing to do with training, that it wasn't done with me yet. By the time the clock crept past 2, the night had changed its weight. It wasn't louder or brighter. If anything, it felt thinner, like the mountain had exhaled and never bothered to inhale again. I'd stopped expecting the lights to come back in any predictable way. Every time my eyes drifted from the windows, I felt exposed, like the forest preferred me watching. The radio hissed without speaking. I adjusted the volume down, then back up, chasing a balance that didn't exist. My logbook was full of tight handwriting now. Margins eaten away by corrections and arrows, and times circled twice. I kept telling myself that if this turned into a real fire, if it crossed that invisible line into something that spread and consumed, then the rules would reassert themselves. Engines would roll. Helicopters would lift. Morning would come with answers. Instead, the smell returned all at once, heavy enough that it settled in the back of my sinuses. Not paper this time. Hot resin. Sap forced out of living wood. I was on my feet before I realized I'd moved, binoculars pressed hard enough to my eyes that the rubber rims left a dull ache. Below me, lights bloomed across the slope in a scatter that looked careless, almost angry. Too many to count quickly. Too bright. For one terrible second, relief surged through me. This was it. This was the part where the forest behaved like it was supposed to. I reached for the phone and started calling bearings out loud before the line even connected. Then the lights shifted. They didn't run. They didn't jump gaps or crown or climb. They slid, dimming in one place as they brightened in another, like liquid being poured across uneven ground. The effect was wrong in a way that made my stomach hollow. Fires leave evidence of where they've been. These lights erased themselves as they moved, leaving no afterimage, no lingering glow. Just dark where there should have been damage. I stopped speaking mid-sentence. Dispatch asked me to repeat myself. I couldn't find the words that wouldn't sound like panic. I said the activity was ongoing and unconventional. I said I was continuing observation. I hung up before they could ask for clarification. The lights slowed and gathered, concentrating into thicker strokes. Smoke pooled low again, hugging the earth, crawling sideways instead of up. I could feel the pressure change through the glass, a subtle push that made my ears pop. The tower creaked in protest as the temperature outside rose just enough to matter. Sweat slicked my palms. I wiped them on my pants and kept watching. It spelled the word again, larger this time, letters stretched to accommodate the slope. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a warning. It was a statement, written patiently, corrected where the terrain interfered, refined until it was legible from where I stood. I didn't need the binoculars to read it. I didn't need the logbook. I felt it settle into me like something remembered. The lights held, unwavering, long enough that I noticed what wasn't happening. No animals ran. No birds lifted screaming into the night. The forest stayed unnaturally still, as if everything that lived there had learned a different set of rules and was obeying them. The only sound was the faint crackle of heat, muted, restrained. My radio clicked, a sharp, deliberate sound that made me flinch. For a moment, I thought I heard my name under the static. It might have been interference. It might have been my own breath rushing too loud in my ears. I didn't answer. I didn't trust my voice anymore. The smell intensified, metallic again beneath the resin, and I realized it was ozone, faint but unmistakable. Like the air after a storm that never arrives. My skin prickled as if charged. The lights began to dim, not all at once but letter by letter, erasing the word from right to left. As each stroke went dark, the temperature dropped a fraction, the tower ticking softly as it adjusted. By the time only the first letter remained, my teeth were chattering. That last light didn't go out. It pulsed, slow and deliberate, brightening and dimming as if breathing. I counted the rhythm without meaning to. 4 seconds up. 4 seconds down. I leaned closer to the glass, every instinct screaming at me to do the opposite. The light shifted position by inches, correcting itself against the terrain, holding the shape of the letter even as it moved. It was careful. It was precise. I felt the urge then, sudden and overwhelming, to respond, to write something back, to flash my own light into the dark and complete whatever exchange this had become. My hand closed around the flashlight on the desk before I realized what I was doing. The weight of it was familiar, reassuring. A tool. A rule-following thing. I set it down. The light below flickered, just once, as if disappointed. Then it went out. The forest didn't erupt. There was no aftermath. No spreading glow, no racing smoke. The slope returned to darkness so complete it felt artificial, like a curtain dropped too quickly. The smell vanished with it, leaving the air cold and clean and thin. I stood there, waiting for my heart to slow, waiting for something to prove that what I'd seen had consequences beyond me. Nothing happened. Minutes passed, then more. The clock kept ticking. The radio hissed. The mountain held its breath and finally, reluctantly, let it go. I sank into the chair by the desk and stared at the logbook without seeing it. When I did look, really look, I noticed something that made my scalp prickle all over again. The word I'd written earlier was wrong. Not misspelled. Incomplete. One letter was off, a small thing I'd chalked up to haste. But now, with the image still burning behind my eyes, I could see the difference clearly. Below me, the forest had corrected it. The version written in fire was precise in a way my pencil hadn't been. The implication settled into me slowly, like cold seeping through boots. Whatever had written across the trees hadn't just wanted to be seen. It had wanted to be understood. Dawn was still hours away. I stayed at the windows until my legs ached and my eyes burned, watching a forest that refused to show me anything else. When the sky finally began to pale at the edges, it did so innocently, as if the night hadn't bent itself around a message meant for one pair of eyes. I closed the logbook without changing a word. I was trained to spot fires early. I still am. But now, When I look out over the trees, I understand something I didn't before. Some ignitions aren't accidents or disasters or even warnings. Some of them are deliberate. And they don't need to burn the forest down to say exactly what they mean.